Nithyanandam, welcome to all the Paramashivoham participants. Let's all settle down. Yes, good. KAILASA LA female team is settled down. Let's everyone else settle down as well. Malaysia female team. KAILASA LA male team. Salem. Please settle down. It's time for us to begin. Make sure you have your Panchapatram and Uddharani and your Vibhuti and Kumkum on your forehead. Nithyanandam, KAILASA Malaysia, please settle down. Where's the male team? Yes, it's time for us to begin. Let's sit with our head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring your hands together in front of your heart center. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, let's chant the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadisham Tattvamasya Dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhava Idam Triguna Rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Next, we'll chant the Shiva Mula Mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha 11 times internally. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Shivaya Namaha. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha.
Let us now do the Tattvachama. The right hand in the Gokarna Mudra. Please take 3 sips of water as we chant the following 3 mantras. Om Atma Tattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Vidya Tattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Shiva Tattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Now with the base of your right hand thumb, wipe your lips from right to left twice. Om Amridaya Namaha. Wash your right hand again. With the index, middle and ring fingers together, touch above your upper lip and below your lower lip. Wash your right hand again. With the little finger and thumbs joined together, touch your right nostril, left nostril. With the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear, and left ear. Wash your hand one more time. With the little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel, right chest, left chest. And with all the tips of your fingers, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and the center of your chest. Wash your hand again.
Now, let's enter into the Sankalpa, where we set the conscious resolution for today. Close your eyes. Place your right hand on your left hand and place both of your hands on your right thigh. And now, let's take a moment to decide and declare what we want to manifest today. Whether it is we wanting to manifest so many people for the Paramashivoham, cause them, enrich them. You want to experience a breakthrough with your health, with your body. Let's now take a moment to set that declaration inside of us and see it already happening. That is the power of conscious declaration. And Swamiji has blessed each one of us to be able to hold that space and manifest the reality. So from this powerful space, let us chant the Sankalpa mantra and set this declaration.
Om Mamopatta Samasta Duritakshay Dvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Pararthe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvadamanvantare अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये विश्वावसुनाम संवत्सरे उत्तरायणे लक्ष्मी वेंकटेश्वर ऋतौ मेषमासे कृष्णपक्षे त्रयोदश्यां शुभतिथौ शुक्रवासरयुक्तायाम् उत्तरभाद्रपद नक्षत्र वैधृति योग गर्जकर्ण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायां अस्यां शुभदितौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वराभिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्तृ श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समितिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रेयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिह्नकाहलादि समस्त बिरडावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्याप वर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कलपकेसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पाण्ड्य महाराज गुरु शपन शाक्यादि महंतकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणा नरहरद्वदोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद् वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्तृ सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी भागी सुंदर माणिक्यवाचक स्वामिनाम अवतार भूत श्री संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवत्युत्तर द्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रचित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तृ साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्याद्यनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणी पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ नवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुरस्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमद् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्म श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरुकृपाकटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फलपुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थम भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञानवैराग्य जीवन्मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदे श्री पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्रिक योगी श्री सिद्ध्यर्थम परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये।
Now let's wash our right hand with an udhrani of water. Om apaupasprisya. Next we'll be entering into the skeleton dance. So let's all now place our panchapatam udhrani aside and stand up. Take a moment now to visualize yourself as a skeleton, complete with bones only. No other part of your body. Now slowly start to move yourself. Move your fingers, your toes, your knees, your elbows, your hips, your shoulders, your neck. Start moving every part of your body. You can first start with just focusing on moving every part of your body, stretching it in all the directions, and then slowly start intensifying the speed of the movement of your body.
ಆಲಾಪಣ್ಣಕ್ಕೆ ಅಳಗು ಪುಪುತಿ ನಿತ್ಯ ಅವರಳ ಮುಜಲಕಿ ಆಲಾಪಣ್ಣಕ್ಕೆ ಅಳಗು ಪುಪುತಿ ನಿತ್ಯ ಅವರಳ ಮುಜಲಕಿ
Let's move our body intensely in every direction. More moments. Keep going. Last few moments. Intensely shake your body in every direction. Go as fast as you can. Move every part of your body. Now slowly, let's come to a standstill. Slowly, just come to a standstill. Stop moving your body. Just stand with your hands by your side. Completely relax. Slowly, let's open our eyes and settle down. So yes, today we are going to be entering into the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama, the last 200 asanas. So let's get ready to enter into this sequence. Sit in a comfortable position. Let's start with Savitri Asana, Savriti Asana. In Savriti Asana, and for the rest of the few following asanas, we are going to be focusing mainly on the components, other components. Once again, this is a more seated part where we are going to sit, just slightly moving our hands, our visualization, the bandhas, more than the body. So let's focus on all the components, trying to perform all the components, because we are just going to be seated. Now keep your right foot by the perineum and the left foot on top. So right foot by the perineum, left foot on top of the right foot. Keep your hands on your knees. Sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. Visualize the sun. If you have seen Surya Bhagavan, even in our LA temple, we have the deity. So if you have seen the deity, if you have seen any Surya deity, you can visualize that deity in your inner space. Otherwise, you can at least visualize the sun. Gaze to your third eye. And once again, now we are going to perform the Samana Kumbhaka. The Samana Kumbhaka is where we are going to inhale through the nostrils, hold the breath, feeling, bringing awareness to the intense fire in our navel region. Perform the Mula Bandha, tightening the perineal muscles, and internally we are going to chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Pagathali ki mahili kora yonisthana khati rase phano jimani jaggamahili kane lagave hasta koda parirase.
Continue to be seated in the same position. We are going to move into the next asana, Vajrasana 2. Now in Vajrasana 2, we are going to sit in the same position, and in this asana we are going to now visualize Vajra. Vajra is the weapon of Lord Indra. If you have not, if you don't know how the Vajra looks, you can look at the screen as it's projected on the top right corner. Now, moving to the next component, the gaze. Bring the gaze to the tip of the nose. Fix your gaze to the tip of the nose. Continue to perform the Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale through the nostrils, hold the breath, bringing awareness to the Jataragni, to the intense fire in your abdomen region, and exhale through the nostrils once again. Make sure you're holding the breath comfortably, not as long as you can. Perform the Uddiyana Bandha when you exhale. So inhale, hold the breath comfortably, bringing awareness to the Jataragni, to the fire in your stomach. And when you exhale, pull the stomach in and up as much as you can, as in as possible, and stay there once again as comfortably as you can. Then inhale again through the nostrils. Let's chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Savyena khandam pripidya chanyam padam tu lingo pari nikshipech vajam sada pranajayecha siddham grivatanu mastasastanam.
Yes. Now, moving into the next asana, Siddhasana 2. In Siddhasana, we are going to sit in the same position. Our feet and hands are going to be in the same position. In this asana, we are going to visualize a Siddha, a sage in our inner space. Bring the gaze to your third eye. Bring your gaze to the third eye this time. In this asana, continue to perform the Samana Kumbhakam as we inhale through the nostrils. Hold the breath comfortably, bringing awareness to the fire in our stomach, and then exhaling. Now, we are going to also perform the Maha Mantra Bandha along with the Samana Kumbhaka. So let's inhale, lock the chin to the chest, tighten your perineal muscles in the Mula Bandha, and hold your breath here comfortably, visualizing the fire in your stomach. And when you exhale, slightly raise the chin, continue to hold the Mula Bandha, pull the Uddiyana Bandha inside, pull your stomach in, lock your chin to the chest once again, stay here comfortably as long as you can, and once again inhale, slightly raising the chin off the chest. This is how we'll perform the Siddhasana. So we can do this once again. Inhale, lock the chin to the chest, tighten the perineal muscles in the Mula Bandha, stay here comfortably as you can, and then slowly exhale when you can't hold, and pull the stomach in and up, slightly lift the chin up to exhale, and once again lock the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha, and then once again inhale, lifting the chin off the chest. So perform the Samana Kumbhaka along with the Uddiyana Bandha as we chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Stanu samyamitindriyo chalahasa pashyam varantara.
Relax. Let's now move into the next asana, which is Muktasana 2. So now in Muktasana 2, we are going to be sitting in the same position. The hands are also in the same position. Let's visualize Swamiji in our inner space. Perform the Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale through the nostrils. Hold the breath as you bring awareness to the Jataragni, to the fire in your abdomen, and then holding the breath comfortably, do the visualization, bring the awareness, and then exhale through the nostrils once again. We are going to perform the Moola Bandha. Just tighten the perineal muscles alone. We're just going to perform only the Moola Bandha. Chanda Japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Padmam brahmastatha saidham swastikam vajramasanam bhattakonam bhattaprishtam moolabandham tataivacha.
Yes, now we are going to move into the next asana, Valmikasana 2. In Valmikasana 2, once again seated in the same position, let's now visualize the sage Valmiki in our inner space. Gaze to the third eye. Bring your gaze to the third eye, and now we're going to change the position of our hands to Bindu Mudra. Place your hands in Bindu Mudra on your knees. Through the nostrils, bring awareness to the Jataragni as you hold your breath and exhale. Perform the Moola Bandha, tightening the perineal muscles, and let's chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Muktasane sthito yogi udram sandhaya shambhavim shrunuya dakshine karne nadamantastame kadhaihi.
Now, let's move to the next asana, Dvishirasana. So in Dvishirasana, let's now sit in our same position. We are going to place the hands on the knees, and now with your left shoulder, raise your left shoulder nice as high as possible. Don't try to bring your head down. Keep your head straight. Lift the shoulder up. Use the hand on the knee. Press the hand on the knee and bring the left shoulder alone up. Don't turn your head towards the shoulder. Don't bring your neck. Don't bend your neck. Only raise the shoulder. So your neck is stable, your neck is fixed. Just keeping your left hand on the left. Making it seem as you have a second head. So lift it as high as you can. Visualize you have 25 heads like Paramashiva. Perform the Samana Kumbhaka Inhale. Through the nostrils, bring awareness to the fire, the Jataragni, and then exhale. Perform the Mula Bandha, tightening the perineal muscles, and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda. Now we'll be moving into the next asana, which is Dvishirasana on the opposite side. Let's lower the left shoulder. Now place the raise the right shoulder once again as high as we can, making it seem like you have a second head. Don't lower the neck. Don't lower your head to the shoulder. Keep your head in the same position. Just raise the shoulder as high as you can. Visualize you have 25 heads like Paramashiva. Perform the Samana Pranayama. Continue to perform the Samana Kumbhaka. Tighten the perineal muscles in the Mula Bandha and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पर्यन्तं नीत्वा साधव्यं द्विशिरासनं भवति.
Now we're moving into the next asana, which is Kumbhirasana. Now in Kumbhirasana, let's raise our hands up and interlace them above our head. We are going to visualize an alligator in our inner space. Bring your gaze to the tip of the nose. Continue to perform the Samana Kumbhaka, and we are going to perform the Uddiyana Bandha as well in this asana. So as you inhale and exhale after performing the Samana Kumbhaka, pull your stomach in and up as much as you can. Stay there comfortably for a moment and then exhale, inhale again. Chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
स्तम्भे हस्तयुगलं भूमौ संकोचितः पतेत् कुम्भीरासनमावक्ष्ये आयूनां धारणाय च.
Relax, bring your hands to your side. As we now move into Chakrasana 2. So now we are going to bring our legs, change the position of our legs. So now you're going to sit with your legs under the opposite thighs, like in Sukhasana. So bring your legs under the opposite thigh. And now let's close our eyes and visualize all the chakras, starting with the Mooladhara. Bring your visualization to the Ka, which is the navel center, your heart center, Dhanahata, Vishuddhi, keep your gaze fixed to the tip of your nose, even if your eyes are closed. When we lock our eyes, it helps reduce the nostrils and exhale. After you hold your breath comfortably, visualizing the powerful So now we are going to be sitting, bringing the feet in between of the gaps of the thighs and calves. It inside. You can also perform the opposite side. If this is not comfortable, you can first bring your right leg, fold the bring your legs into that position and fix your gaze to the tip of your nose. You are going to visualize swastika, which is the embodiment of peace, along with the Moola Bandha, and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. In Swastika Asana 3, let's sit in the same position. Keep your hands and legs in the same position, and now raise your hands in front of your heart center and interlace them into Parashu Mudra in front of your heart center. You can keep your elbows by your side, or if you want to keep them raised, whichever is comfortable. Once again, visualize the swastika, the embodiment of peace, well-being, good fortune and prosperity. Let's perform the Samana Kumbhaka as we inhale through the nostrils and exhale after holding the breath comfortably, bringing our awareness to the fire in our stomach. Perform the Mula Bandha, tightening your perineal muscles, and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Now let's move into Virasana 2. So first, you can all stretch your legs, bring the right foot in between and visualize you are going beyond all of your fears that you have in your life. You're breaking. Inhale. Hold your breath.
लक्ष्यसन्धन जन्मन्नं सूक्षासनं मनाय
As possible. And now let's slightly separate the toes. So keep your toes separated. Gaze to the tip of your nose. And now we are going to visualize we are the thoughts that you are having inside of you, unclutch from them. Bring your gaze to the tip of the nose. Hold your breath comfortably and then exhale. So in this asana, we are also going to perform the Jalandhara Bandha. So inhale. Lock your chin to the chest. Hold your breath comfortably and then exhale, raising your chin up. This is how we'll perform. interlace the fingers around the feet in the same position. So bring your hand under the feet. Bring your hands underneath the feet and keep the toes Maha Mantra Bandha along with the Samana Kumbhaka. So inhale through the nostrils, lock the chin to the chest, tighten the perineum. Raise your chin up as you exhale. Completely exhale and then once again lock your chin to the chest and pull your stomach inside as high as you can in Jala.
कुल्पो च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्यः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत् सर्वगुल्पं तथा सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्पं तु
The chest and cross your feet. Now we are going to place the back of our palm perform the Mula Bandha, tightening the perineal muscles and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Dandasana. Let's sit in the same position. Just bring your palms onto the knees. Visualize a flock of crows flying. Continue to perform the Samana Kumbhaka along with the Mula Bandha and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
गन्धासनमुत्तमं कालिपापत् प्रमुञ्चत्ये वायवीं वासनानयेत्.
Now we are going to move into the next asana, Utkatitasana. So in the same position, we are going to slightly change our position of the legs, uncrossing the feet and bringing the knees together. Keep the heels touching the perineum. Bring your legs as back as possible. Keep the knees together. Place your hands on the respective knees. Visualize sitting with Swamiji in the space of listening. Gaze to the tip of your nose. The pranayama from this asana is changing to the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. We are moving into Dandasana. keep your hands on your thighs or on your knees. The main point is keeping your shins, that's fine. If your hands are on your thighs, that's fine. Nithyanandam Kailasa Selam Swarupaya. Keep your back straight, your legs straight. Punithanaya, you can check your phone later, Aya. Full sacred object that is carried by the great sages and Paramashiva also, that they used to rest their hand, and it continue to perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka, chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yatra pavishya pado tad dandasanam udiritam.
Let's bring your hands all the way down. You're going to now visualize yourself as water. Flow into this Tadaka Mudrasana. Allow your body to flow all the way down. Bring yourself as low as you can. Even if you can't touch your forehead to your knees, that's fine. Lower yourself slowly. Relax yourself. Breathe in and breathe out nice and deeply. Visualizing ourselves as water. Let's stay here for a few moments. Swarupaya, நீங்க எவ்வளவு முடியுமோ நீங்க பண்ணுங்கயா. See, நீங்க வந்து எவ்வளவு உங்களால கீழே போக முடியுதோ கீழே போயிட்டு அங்கேயே இருங்க. நல்லா ஆழமா மூச்சு உள்வாங்குங்க. ஸோ நீங்கள் பண்ண டெய்லி நீங்கள் பண்ண உங்களுக்கு வந்து இன்னும் ஸ்ட்ரெச் ஆகும். ஆனால் இன்னைக்கு வந்து எவ்வளோ உங்களால் பண்ண முடியுதோ அங்கேயே இருங்க. For a few more moments as we continue to perform the pranayama, the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Inhale through your mouth. Sairamaya. As we visualize ourselves as water, we are going to chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. And let's now bring our hands to our side and we are going to perform Prerequisites. So in Prerequisites, we are going to keep our side. You don't want to keep your hands too close to yourself. Sorry, too far behind. So bring your hands a bit forward. But next to your thighs and not too forward as well. You can't, if your hands are too forward, you won't be able to lift off the ground. Is the easier variation for all of you. First, raise yourself up, and once you get into this position, you yes, Chenli Aya, that's good. So once you're able to stay with just raising yourself up without even if your legs are on the ground, try to lift one leg at a time first. So if once you raise yourself off the ground, you can just raise one leg up. So when you raise your leg, you will start to feel that your core muscles, your abdomen muscles are getting engaged. So once you start feeling those muscles, you're feeling that they're getting engaged, you'll be able to engage them even more to lift both your legs. So let's go step by step, whichever step you are in, whichever level you are able to do, get into that position now.
कवस्थित्वा पादाग्रे मस्तके परिनीत्वा पृष्ठभागे भूमौ निधाय तिष्ठेत्.
Yes. Kick our legs as high as we can. So raising yourself up, kick yourself as high as you can, like a cradle. Okay, keep your legs on the ground and raise yourself up. Now raise one leg up as high as you can. Yes, Swarupaya, that's correct. Come on, Punidanaya. When you come down, you want. So in this asana, once again, we are going to visualize ourselves as
एकवस्थित्वा पादाग्रे मस्तके परिणीत्वा
keep your legs as close to you as possible. Bring your legs as close to you as possible. Wrap your arms around your knees. This is Yogasana 3. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. கமலமா நீங்க உங்க கை உங்க முட்டிக்கு மேல வச்சிட்டு மெதுவா உங்க முட்டிய சேர்த்து கொண்டு வர பாருங்கம்மா. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Let's perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Inhale through the mouth. Exhale through the nostrils. Chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पृष्ठभेदान्वितं पादं तस्य हस्तेन बन्धयेत् अथ योगासनं वक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा योगिरात् भवेत्.
So now we're moving into the next asana, Vrishapati asana. Now stretch your legs in front of you. And now we are going to bend the left leg and sit on the left leg. Bend your left leg, sit on the left leg, and raise the right leg on top, crossing the right leg over the left leg. We are going to perform the Sheetkari Kumbhaka. So the Sheetkari Kumbhaka is where we are going to clench our teeth, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पृष्ठभेदान्वितं पादं तस्य हस्तेन बन्धयेत् अथ योगा
left leg to the side and sit on the floor. Slide the left leg and sit on the floor. To the middle joint of the left fingers. Right fingertips to the middle joint of the left fingers. Hands on your legs, on your thighs, in front of you. This is continue to perform the Sheetkari Kumbhaka and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Thumbs and wrists together and place your hands on the knees, bringing your fingers into Padma Mudra. Continue to perform the Sheetkari Kumbhaka. Inhale through the clenched teeth. Inhale through the clenched teeth and exhale through the nostrils. Let's all perform the Sheetkari Kumbhaka and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Avanadare sahita juso sade so narakavya sakti so lagabe.
Yes. Now, let's move into the next asana, Datta Digambarasana. Now, bring your hands to your feet and hold your feet with all of your fingers. Visualize Paramashiva is blessing you. Gaze to the third eye. Swarupaya position Kwanga. Yes, correct, Aya. Continue to perform the Sheetkari Kumbhaka. Inhale through the clenched teeth and exhale through the nostrils. Chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पावनधारण सहितयो आसन साधे कोय सीतवातका रोगते सो नरक मुक्त होय.
Yes, now we are moving into the next asana, which is Machandrasana 3. So now in Machandrasana, from this position, we are going to hold our big toes. Hold your big toes and lower yourself down all the way. Bring your forehead to the ground. Yes, Kailasa LA female team. Is that Ma Alice next to Ma Karuna? Yes, Nithyananda Ma. Come on, get into the position, Ma. See, do as much as you can. You don't need to cross your feet all the way if it's too hard. Cross your feet as much as you can. Lower yourself as much as you can. But stay in the position. Do as much as you can. There is no issue if you're not able to do, if it's getting difficult. Be in the position as much as you can without where it is not hurting you too much. But stay in that position in whichever level. Even if your legs are slightly crossed, that's fine. Even if you're just leaning a bit forward, that's fine. But stay there. You don't need to do the asana, push yourself too much and go all the way down. Do as much as you can, but let's stay in the position. So we are going to visualize a fish in our inner space. Continue to perform the Sheetkari Kumbhaka. Inhale through the clenched teeth. Exhale through the nostrils. Chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Atasyo bhagaka agata pakade lilata dharati lagave.
Raise up. Let's all raise up. Keep your legs in the same position. And now we are going to perform Gomukhasana 2. So in Gomukhasana 2, you're going to now, so your right leg is on top of your left leg. So let's raise our right hand. Bring the right hand all the way behind. And now the left hand, we are going to take it from under and try to touch your fingers together behind your back. Open up your chest, open up your shoulders, lock your hands behind you. So even if you're not able to lock, bring your hands behind. Only if you start stretching your hands, today you will be able to do it in the next time. So let's pull our hands behind all the way. Try to touch. Even if you're able to touch your fingers, that's great. So let's all at least try to touch our fingers. So if you're able to touch your fingers, can you just raise your hands? You're able to touch your fingers behind your back. Yes, good, Masweta. Swarupaya, unglala panna mudiyudha? விரல் தொட்டிட்டீங்களா? So in this cow in our inner space, gaze to the nose. Perform the Sheetkari Kumbhaka. Inhale through the clenched teeth and exhale through the nostrils. Chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Uttana kurma piteischa simhais garudameva cha vatayanam gomukam cha bharadvajam trivikramam.
Yes, let's now stretch our legs. Give it a shake. Stretch your legs in front of you. Just give your legs a shake. Bounce your knees. Rock your legs. Rotate your ankles. Let's just shake our legs a bit before we are now going to perform this sequence on the opposite side. Yes. So now let's get into performing on the opposite side. Shvetama, Shavasana. Right leg. So bring your right leg to the perineum, sit on the right leg, cross the left leg on top. Place both of your hands on the left knee. Visualize a temple in your inner space. Gaze to the tip of your nose. Continue to perform the Sheetkari Kumbhaka. Inhale through the clenched teeth. Exhale through the nostrils. Chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
जीमना गोडा अग्र खरीदावो पग जीमनी पसाती आनी मोडिये दिकुला नीचे रासे फना पानी अधर राहे.
Yes, now we'll move into the next asana, which is Durvasana. Let's slide the right leg from underneath the perineum to the side. Slide your legs and keep your legs by the side of the hips. Now we're going to be performing bringing the fingertips of the right hand to the middle joint of the left hand and place our hands on our thighs. So we're going to be visualizing the Durva grass. Perform the Sheetkari Kumbhaka as you inhale through the clenched teeth and exhale through the nostrils. And chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Sai jamga parikari jimano pagade pasati ani panado dharti deki bharala kulpo kula ki bharali kani lagave.
Yes, now let's move into Sukadevasana. Let's all be seated in the same position. Bring your little finger and thumb together. Bring the wrist together. Open the fingers nice and wide and place your hands on the top knee. Visualize Paramashiva is blessing you. Gaze to the tip of the nose and continue to perform the Sheetkari Kumbhaka.
पावन धारे सहित सुसाधे सोनर काव्य शक्ति लो लागे.
Yes, now bring your hand. Hold your feet with all your hands. All the fingers, and visualize Paramashiva blessing you. Gaze to your third eye. Perform the Sheetkari Kumbhaka. Inhale through the clenched teeth and exhale.
परिकरी ल्यावे दाई भगति ताक आने गोडाम ऊपर तल करी थाने.
Now let's hold the big toes with our fingers and lower yourself down as much as you can. Let's nicely stretch the hips and stretch the back. Pull yourself as low as possible. This is Continue to perform the Sheetkari Kumbhaka. Chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Slowly raise up. Gomukhasana 2. Now, this time as our left foot is on top, let's raise our left hand. Even pull your fingers together and then you're going to try to interlace them. Let's stay here. Nostrils and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
स्थानकूर्मपीठैश्च सिंहैस्कारुडमेव च वाता
Knees, our legs a bit. Shake it out a little, shake your legs out a little bit. Shake your knees, your ankles. Yes. Now we are going to be moving into the next asana, which is Dhirasana. And you're going to visualize yourself as firm, steady, unshakable. Rechaka Kumbhaka. So Rechaka Kumbhaka is where we are going to inhale and exhale completely and hold the breath comfortably for a few moments before we inhale again. Paramashivoham.
धनिया धीरासन तथा वामपाद धीरासन ए धीरासना अवतार अवामतर
On the ground. Keep your hands on the knees. again in this asana, you're going to visualize yourself as firm, steady, unshakable, and gaze to the third eye. Bring your gaze to the third eye. Perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Inhale and exhale. Hold the breath comfortably after you exhale, and then once again inhale. Chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Ani dagarane adadine bhesavom de dakshinapada dhirasana che.
Now we are going to move into the next asana. Of the right foot. And now wrap your hands around the right knee. This is Dakshina Swasana. Breath awareness on the breath that you are exhaling. Gaze to the tip of your nose. Let's continue to perform Rechaka Kumbhaka. Inhale.
Ulati riti dabi bhana.
So once again, let's stretch our legs out. Stretch your legs out, and then now sit on the knee. Visualize yourself as an embodiment of bravery, unshakable. Gaze to the third. Conquer.
धीरासन तथा वामपाद धीरासन ए धीरासन avam tarabhed che.
Now bring your right foot to the side of the left foot. Bring your right foot to the side of the left foot, and then hug your left leg. Hug your left leg in Vamashvasa Gamanasana. Now in this asana we are going to be once again visualizing and bringing awareness to the outgoing breath. So as we exhale, focus on the exhalation. Bring your awareness when you are exhaling. Gaze to the tip of the nose and continue to perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka. So as you inhale and exhale, hold your breath comfortably before you inhale again. Chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उलतीरीति ताबिबान भारदैन देशभूम ते दक्षिण श्वास गमनासनक हेवा यचे.
Yes. And now we are going to be moving into the next asana, which is Pashasana. So now in Pashasana, let's now bring our knees together and raise onto our feet. Bring your knees together and raise onto your feet. Now turn yourself to either the right or the left. Nicely turn yourself. Turn yourself all the way. And now you're going to bring your hand around the knee. Bring your hands around the knee and wrap your hands. Yes. So this is Pashasana. So now let me make this a bit easier for all of you. So if it is very difficult to do with both the legs, you can just wrap your hand around one leg. So bring your hand in between of the legs, and if you're turning to the right or to the left, whichever side you're turning to, bring that respective opposite hand in between of your legs and wrap your leg wrap your hands around the leg. Yes, Chenli Aya, that's good. Swarupa, yeah, try pananga. Yes, ma. Alice, you can doing both the legs. You can try one leg, ma. So bring your hand in between of one leg. So keep your knees together. Okay, keep your knees together. And now bring one hand. So if you want to try on the left side first, then if you want to turn to your left side, then bring the right hand in between of your legs. Yes, and now turn to the left side. Yes, you need to balance a little bit on your toes, on your feet. Yes, that's correct. That position is correct, ma. Now bring your hands around the leg. So in this asana, we are going to visualize ourselves as wrapped with a rope of integrity. Gaze to your third eye and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
आदतले भूमो निधाय जानु उर्सि निधाय विपरीत हस्ताभ्याम ऊरु सहित चमके निभद्य तिष्ठेत् पशासनं भवति. Yes, now let's perform Pashasana on the opposite side. So last time if you did on the right side, then this time you can do on the left. So turn towards the left side. Or turn towards the right, whichever side you are doing. Now wrap your hand, start with by wrapping your hand
around one leg. So instead of doing both the legs, try one leg. And once you're able to do with one leg, then try with both the legs. Yes, Sairamaya, that's good. Try to hold on, bring your hands underneath your leg, Gaya. So you're bringing your hand to your hips, to your back. Bring it down, bring it to the foot. Then you'll be able to hold your hands. So if you keep your hand on the back, it'll be very high. You can do it, but to make it a little bit easier, you can bring your hands down. So then you will be able to hold on to your fingers. Once again, let's visualize that we are wrapping ourselves with a rope of integrity and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham internally.
आदतले भूमो निधाय जानु उर्ति निधाय विपरीत हस्ताभ्यां ऊरु सहित संगे निबध्य तिष्ठेत् पशासनं भवति.
Yes, relax. Let's relax for a moment. So now let's move into the next asana, which is Simha Rupak Asana. So now let's cross our legs. Keep the knees raised, keep the heels raised. So your legs are crossed and your heels are raised. Keep your hands on your knees. This is Simha Rupak Asana. So either you can stand up on your knees and then cross your knees behind you. Slightly widen your knees. So you can slightly widen your knees and then bring yourself down onto the heels. Visualize a lion in your inner space. Gaze to the nose. Perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. So that pranayama is changing to Sahaja Kumbhaka. Sahaja Kumbhaka is a simple and easy breathing. Just inhale and exhale. Chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
सीवनीं गुल्पदेशेभ्यो निपीड्य वृत्क्रमेण तो प्रसार्य जानुरोर्हस्ता वासनं सिंहरूपकम्.
Now we move into the next asana, which is Guptasana. So in Guptasana, we are going to be sitting in the same position. So just one change that's going to be in this asana is, last asana we were sitting on, our toes were on the ground, our heels were raised and our toes were on the ground. So this time you're going to flatten your toes but keep your legs crossed. So this is Guptasana. Keep your hands on the knees. Visualize sitting with Swamiji. In the space of listening, in the space of Upanishad. Gaze to the nose. Perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Inhale and exhale comfortably and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Jnanurvorantare pado krutva pado chagopayet pado paricha samstapya budam guptasanam viduhu.
Now we move into the next asana. Let's all stand on our knees. Let's all stand onto our knees. So now, once you have stood on your knees, you're going to slowly cross your legs behind your back and try to bring your feet to the opposite knee. So you need to widen your knees. If you keep your knees close together, you're only going to fall. So widen your knees nicely and then cross your legs behind. And slightly bend backward and hold your calves. This is Viyogasana. Visualize all the pain from your body is being removed by Swamiji. And if you're able to balance comfortably in this asana, gaze to your third eye. Otherwise, gaze at a drishti point. So even if you gaze at a drishti point during this asana, you will be able to stabilize yourself even more. Continue to breathe in and breathe out comfortably in Sahaja Kumbhaka and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
या आसनमें की कीजिए विदिशो प्राण निरोधा वायघंती छूढ़े तुरता गंतमें उपजायिर्बो
Slowly uncross your knees. Stand on your knees. Just uncross your legs and bring your knees together. Let's uncross our legs and stand on our knees. Now we are going to perform Harinasana. So in Harinasana, we are going to bring our hands together in front of us. Cross your hands in front of you. And now raise your legs quickly and try to touch your heels to your buttocks. Like how a deer would jump. Raise your legs as high as you can. Don't jerk your legs too high, otherwise you're going to fall in front. So make sure you're balancing at the same time and don't crash your legs onto the ground again. Make sure you're controlling your legs as it goes down. You don't want to bring your legs all the way, otherwise your legs would start hurting. So control when your legs are going down. And also, once again, in this asana also, if you are not able to balance, if it's a little hard, you can slightly widen your legs. So by widening your legs, you'll be able to balance yourself even more. So in this asana, visualize a deer in your inner space. Perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka, inhaling and exhaling comfortably, and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Tanam Kritva Ashnivyam Nipambam Harinasanam Bhavati
Yes. Now let's move into the next asana, which is Ushtrasana. So let's continue to stay on our knees. Come on, this is the last asana. We are going to be staying on our knees. So let's raise on to the knees. And now you're going to lower yourself down. Bringing your hands to your heels. So if you want to make this a little bit easier, you can raise your toes up. So if you raise your toes up, you will not need to bend yourself a lot behind. So once you feel a little bit comfortable with this, where your toes are up, you can slowly lower your feet and flatten them and try to touch your legs. Yes, good. Sairamaya, that's good. But keep your hips up, Aya. I think you're sitting on your heels. So even if this is hard, you can just keep your hands on your thighs. So keep your hands on your thighs, like behind your thighs, and bend your back as much as you can. So you can start with this. Slowly try to lower your hands down. So first try to touch the back of your knees, then walk your hands. Keep your toes up and walk your hands back slowly, and then you can bring your hands to the heels. So visualize a camel in your inner space and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Merudhandam grantidharla samapiya dhayuspumam kapota strasana bhyasam kuryanmita hitasanaha.
Relax. Let's come down onto our heels. Stretch your legs for a moment. So we are moving into the next asana, which is Malasana. So now let's sit with our legs stretched. So as we are sitting with our legs stretched, let's now slowly bring one leg at a time on top of our shoulders. Let's bring our legs onto the shoulders. Yes, come on, Sairamaya, bring your legs onto your shoulders. So now once we bring our legs onto the shoulders, we are going to bring our hands as close to us as possible. Okay, bring your hands as close to you as possible and slowly lean forward. So when you lean forward, you are going to raise yourself off the ground. So this is the full variation, okay, where your elbows are going to be straight. But now let me show you something easier. So now instead of raising your legs all the way, now just keeping your legs in front, you're going to just slowly raise yourself off the ground a few inches. So let's first try this. So bring your legs above your elbows. That's the first step. First step, let's bring ourselves above the elbows And now lower yourself as much as you can, and then slowly you'll lift off the ground. Come on, Ma Alice, try Ma. Ma Karuna, even you can try this. It's not too difficult. You don't need too much strength to perform this asana. It's not difficult. Come on, Punithanaya. Bring your hands above your elbows and place your hands next to you. Bend your elbows, Aya. Punithanaya, you have to bend your elbows. Unless you bend your... So keep your hands a little wide. So don't keep your hands too close to you. Keep your hands a little wide. See, your hands have to be outside of your hips. That much distance have to be there. Most of you are keeping your hands very close. Wow, Chanliya, that's great. Yes. Super. Swetaman, நீங்களும் தூக்கிட்டீங்களா? Okay, good. You're almost there, ma. So keep your hands wide. You don't want to keep your hands in front of you. Your hands have to be outside, all the way outside your hips. Only then your elbows will be bent. If your elbows are straight, your legs are going to come to the ground. So keep your elbows bent and slowly lean forward. So even if you want, you can cross your legs in front of you. So that will help you also to balance a bit more without your legs slipping. So you can cross your legs in front of you and then try. So visualize wearing a mala, a necklace, and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
हस्ताभ्याम अवनिमवस्तभ्य स्कंधो जानुनी संस्थाप्य पाशनीम उरति निधाय तिष्ठे मालासनम भवति.
Yes. Now let's all stand up and we are going to perform the Gangavatarana Karana. Let's all stand up. So the Gangavatarana Karana is where now from a standing position we are going to bend forward and down, bring your hands to the ground, and then walk your hands and legs back, and then lower your stomach onto the ground and lift your neck, lift your chest and legs off the ground. This is Gangavatarana Karana. Now let's perform this together. Let's all stand up. Now first, lean forward and down, bring your hands to the ground, walk your legs and hands forward and backward respectively, and lower the chest to the ground and lift your thighs and chest off the ground. Yes, that's good. And now let's perform the last asana for today, which is going to be Narasana. So Narasana is where we are going to be doing a headstand. So let's all now partner up, or you can use the support of the wall. Place your head on the ground and then place your hands on the ground as well, making a triangle. So you want to make a triangle with your head and hands. And now if you're partnering up, your partner can help you by first, see, you need to kick your legs up. The most important part is your partner is not strong enough to lift your legs all the way up. So you need to kick your legs up to help them to support you. So with one hand, you want to stand by their side and You want to stand with one leg behind them. Bring your hand to their back with their, and now they're going to kick. So kick their legs. As they kick their legs up, you're going to hold their legs. And then slowly they're going to straighten their legs and you can balance. Hold their legs, and then when they're ready to come down, once again hold their legs, and then yes, lift her other leg also. Yes, Saramaya, now you help Punithanaya to do. Ma Alice, were you able to try? You tried. Good. That's good. Lower yourself down. Let's enter into Shavasana. Lay down on your back. Bring your hands to your side. Completely relax your body. Let's slow to ourselves. Bring awareness to our body. Move your hands and legs. Bend your knees. Bring them to your chest. Rock yourself from side to side. Slowly roll yourself up into a comfortable seated position. Bring your hands together in front of your heart center. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji and let's chant Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purname Vavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Harihi Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukar Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you all. Hope all of you enjoyed today's Nithyananda Yoga session. And now we'll be preparing ourselves for the next sessions. The timings will be announced by the hall volunteers. Thank you all. Nithyanandam. Yes, and Alisma, looking forward to seeing you tomorrow also for the yoga.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyananda, we welcome your participants, become all the participants for another new day of the Paramashivoham program. Participants all will be entering into a very interesting topic today. No, it's about the scientist named Albert Einstein, right? Well, he's the one who discovered, like, he is known for the formula which he has created, E is equal to mc square. But he also shares one thing. Where science ends, there starts spirituality. Today, all participants, all will be entering into a very beautiful topic, all concerning a very deep topic today actually, and secrets of the universe. How did the universe come into existence? How are we connected to the universe? And what 14 dimensions, the 14 lokas, which all of us have an extension, which all of us have an identity in, and how to manifest the universe in you, as Paramashiva is the constant in all. Not light, but Paramashiva consciousness, which is constant in all. So today, all the participants are going to be understanding the deep secrets of Hinduism, where Swamiji will be elaborating on the universe. What is universe? How does the universe function? Who sustains this whole universe? And how do we impact the universes around us? So, without a further delay, I welcome each and every one of you once again for this beautiful Paramashivoham program. And right now, we had a very beautiful yoga session, right? All of us did the Nithyananda yoga. And I suppose how was the yoga for each and every one of them? If you have any inquiries, any questions, would you like to ask? Do feel free to post in the chat section as we are always available to answer any of the questions you're seeking for. And all these participants watching us on YouTube and on other social media platforms, you can actually head to paramashivoham.org and you can join us on Zoom. From there, you can click on the join link and join us in the Zoom rooms. And now, in that same space in which we are in after the Nithyananda Yoga, after we did the Prathama Vinyasa Krama and the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, we will do the power manifestation where we will be manifesting the power of third eye. And today, through the power of third eye, we see images that are being projected. So myself and Mahavirajan will be projecting a few images for all of you on the screen once you close your eyes. And you, Swamiji, what that image is, the details of those images, the colors, the shapes, the objects in that image, anything about that image. So, if you don't have it with you yet, and please tie your eyes, please take a minute to do so. As we are getting ready for this beautiful power manifestation, let's now listen to the Paramashiva's own words, the Shastra Pramana, on how the Paramashiva says to manifest his power. Very beautifully in Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Paramashiva says, Kapalantar mano nisat tishtan mini talochanaha. Kramim manasdadhyad lakshet lakshamuttamam. He says very beautifully, by on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably with one, having the eyes closed in succession. By the stability of the mind and inner space, through the power of the third eye, when one sees the ultimate goal, Lakshan, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place at the space of oneness with the source Paramashivoham. And even Bhagavan Sri Krishna spoke in the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 11, verse 8, where he says, Divyadam Chakshuho Pachame Yogam Ishwaram. He's saying to Arjuna, the two things which you carry, Natumam Shakyasi Drashtum, Na tu ma. You can't see my cosmic form with the two physical eyes which you're having. Anil Chakshusha, meaning with the eyes seeing, you cannot see my cosmic form. Divyada Chakshuhu. Let the one third idea. Div Chakshu. Pach Yogam Ishwaram. So that you can behold my cosmic form. So Arjuna therefore gets initiated in the power of third eye to behold Bhagavan Shri Krishna's cosmic form. And Swamiji also experienced at the age of 12, where Swamiji was sitting in the public Kunda hillock and Swamiji was just meditating on the concept of pain, seeking the source of the first person in him. And as a realization came on Swamiji, that Swamiji was everything around him, about him. 60-degree vision, Swami was able to feel and all of that as him. Not just that, he was able to feel everything was part of him. He felt his presence in each and every single thing. And with all certain right now to manifest this Shakti. So actually the power manifestation, see, actually it is this very experience, the same experience that Krishna gave to Arjuna. When Swami experienced when he was 12 years old, now you will be experiencing it as your own Sakshi Pramana, as your own experience. So, sensation, I request each of you to please tie your eyes. Sit straight. Chant Mahavakya intensely, connect with Swamiji. Bring your awareness to the third eye. We will now be projecting an image for all of you. The image has now been projected. Start seeing through your third eye. What's the image that is being projected? What are the details Swami is revealing to you? The colors, objects, the size, the shape, anything? Please start revealing it. Chant the Mahavakya intensely. Please relax. Now, open your eyes. And some detailing out in the chat. What were you able to see? What Swamiji revealed to you as the details of the image? What image was being predicted to all of you? Can I request each of you to post? Sir, please post. Ma Shukrendra, Nithyananda, Ma Ananda Lakshmi. Okay. Yes, Nithyananda. Okay. So as I revealed the answers for all the participants, so the image which we were projecting for all the participants to scan. So see, there was actually a picture of was a plane which is taking off, like, which is above the runway. So you can see the runway lights are on, and it's a very beautiful thing to see that because it's the sun is set, like you can say sunset, and it's on the runway, and it's a very beautiful scene to capture. Okay. And with the beautiful conversation that we all had, first session of the day. So, this session, right? Well, today all of us, for all the participants, we understood that today we are going to be understanding the cosmos matters in you. This is going to be into the cosmos. So, Swamiji says that you need to know that vertical time zones exist. It's us, the manifestation of you, and you change. You can understand the universe the way you want it to be. So you need to be understanding, knowing your identity, knowing your identity in the parallel, in the vertical time zone. Let us listen to this story directly revealed by Swamiji himself.
Since the beginning of time and space, Bhagwan Paramashiva, the all-powerful, all-pervasive, and all-knowing ultimate superconscious existence, revealed the Vedas and Agamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, the truths about himself and the manifested universe and its multidimensional and simultaneously existing dimensions and worlds, also known as parallel universes or time zones.
त्रुट्यादिप्रत्ययस्यार्थ कालो माया समुद्भवः. The Kala Tattva, which gives rise to the knowledge of various time zones and parallel universes such as Truti and others, is originated by Ananteshwara from the Maya.
Bhagwan Paramashiva mentions that as we experience the various higher states of consciousness, we simultaneously experience the various time zones associated with them. We get transported to the parallel universes and experience the other dimensions of our own existence, of our own personality.
Listen, Subarloka is all about stable bliss, absolute health and stable bliss. Maharloka is all about the highest peak abilities. Jana Loka is the place where you can exist in multiple bodies at a time. You experience oneness as the super reality. Tapa Loka is that last struggle you go through. Sometimes you know you are Paramashiva, sometimes you just slip off, But again you say, I am Paramashiva. That space is the Tapoloka, an absolute surrender. Whether I am remembering, I am manifesting Paramashivatva, or I am deluded, I surrender both to Paramashiva. When you take that decision, you are lifted to Brahmaloka. You move to the Brahmaloka. The deep surrender lifts you to Brahmaloka. Then from there you move to Parandama and Kailasa, then Maha Kailasa itself.
The key to unlock these parallel universes hidden in the spine of the human body.
Human beings, only human beings on this planet Earth are empowered, hardwired, capable of migrating to parallel universe. Understand? Your spine is not only hardwired, capable of fueled, charged to lift you off to different parallel universes.
Sukritan manavo bhutva jnani chenmokshamaprnuyat chaturashiteshu sharireshu sharirinam namanusyam vina yatra tattvahanantu labhyate. Of the 8 point bodily forms, the human body is the most important, for it is this form in which one gets knowledge of the essence. This knowledge of essence cannot be attained in any other form other than human.
The possibility you have need to be told to you. Understand? Even though animals have spine, because the majority of the time they spend horizontally, the spine is not capable getting fuel with a subtle fuel called ojas. The ojas need to be filled in your spine and the kundalini need to be ignited for you to reach parallel universe and different vertical time zone spaces.
When our state of consciousness is raised, we start experiencing these higher lokas, allowing the various possibilities and powers available in these universes to start expressing in our own human body.
Recently, scientists have discovered that the human body, particularly in the brain, naturally produces light in the form of biophotons. That when our state of consciousness is lifted, the brain moves from producing a normal 20 photons of light per centimeter square per second to more than 100,000 photons of light per second. That shows us that as we start to experience higher and higher states of consciousness, start to produce huge amount of light, which is directly proportional and translatable to the amount of possibilities and powers that start to manifest on this plane, as well as the freedom from pains and sufferings experienced by beings in lower states of consciousness.
These higher lokas gives you various possibilities, powers. For example, imagine, visualize you going to a different country where the electronic gadgets are easily available. So naturally, everything you can gain through the electronic gadgets will be available to you freely. Same way, Kamadhenu, Karpaka Vriksha, Parijata, all these are like different jets. Possibilities available in different lokas. Please understand, a permanent, irreversible power manifestation from the upper lokas is possible.
Once these possibilities and powers start to express in the human body on the Bhuloka, our present plane, we reach a point of no return, where the cognitive shift which happens in us about who we are and what is the reality hidden behind this perceivable world frees us from the deluded ideas we have about ourselves and the life in the cosmos.
The moment your consciousness is empowered to access and to exist in the parallel universe, no force in this Bhuloka planet Earth can torture you, abuse you, suffocate you. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible permanent empowerment.
In the source scriptures of Hinduism, the Vedas and Agamas, Bhagwan Paramashiva reveals about the importance of being initiated by a guru who is fit of giving initiation for us to raise into the various states of consciousness and experience the higher time zones.
The potency of Anavamala, which veils the innate and essential nature of the soul, is set into the decaying phase by this specific activity. Such specific activity is characteristically called Diksha. The intimate communion between the one and the blessing one is very rare and difficult to occur.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Maha His Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, living amidst us today. Starting out at a young age and during years of intense, he persevered with the single-pointed vision of experiencing the ultimate oneness with Paramashiva, known as Paramadvaita. He traversed the length and breadth of India, led by his gurus into yoga, tantra, and other Eastern metaphysical sciences. After having many profound spiritual experiences, he finally received the ultimate experience of Paramashivoham, I am Paramashiva, from his guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara, an incarnation of Paramashiva himself in the holy town of Tiruvannamalai in South India.
The brain is the body's most complex organ, containing more than 100 billion neurons, each of them in chemical and electrical conversation with up to 10,000 other neurons. Its sheer capacity to process the various happenings of life is astonishing. The scientific studies on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's brain remarkably shows that the complexity presents no difficulty for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in managing his brain's activity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's capacity to control his brain is very fluid. He can easily shift his brain function and alter his brain waves, allowing him to travel into various time zones, possible and effortless. The results from the scientific studies conducted on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism showed that the human and brain is able to choose to alter the body and to travel to other dimensions at will. The possibility for people to experience the healing capabilities as well as the higher states of consciousness is an event of immense benefit for humankind. The science of altering the rates and progression of many physical diseases, mental instabilities, and ultimately the superconscious breakthrough has now been made available and achievable for today's humanity.
Pontiff of Hinduism is a bridge between the visible and the invisible. He is also a bridge between the age-old world of mysticism and the modern world of science and discovery. As brain research continues on a widespread basis, and as we appropriately bring the phenomena of mysticism into the realm of science for further study, we are taking strides on the path of physical and mental health as well as superconsciousness.
I'm going to enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. It can make you tireless forever. It can just kill the boredom once and for all in your life. It can just make you manifest third eye power right now. You may experience intense levitation right now. You may experience absolute flexibility of the body and complete detoxification, a complete healing right now. There can be multi possibilities. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to Maha KAILASA. Hindu tradition, Sanatana Hindu Dharma is focused on this superconscious mutation, ultimate oneness. Sanatana Hindu Dharma reveals about this cosmos. It has vertical time zones, higher worlds, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa, Maha, Jana, Brahma, Vaikunta, Kailasa, the higher worlds and the lower worlds, Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Mahatala, Bhatala. I'll project a simple description diagram of these lokas. Understand? Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the Hinduism, reveals about the cosmos, the higher planes, vertical time zones, and the lower planes, both. Just physical mutation and mental mutation happens in the lower planes of the universe. But conscious mutation, superconscious mutation happens in the higher planes of the universe, vertical time zones of the universe. Here I am projecting a simple description diagram of the vertical time zone. To understand, this is the rough description of revealed by Hinduism, vertical time zones, Swarloka, Maharloka, Janaloka, Tapaloka, Brahmaloka is where conscious and superconscious mutations happen. The lower worlds, Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Mahatala, Bhatala, Rasatala, in these worlds, just physical and mental mutations happen. So understand, this Brahmanda, cosmos, is focused on giving superconscious mutation to all beings and ultimate oneness, Paramadvaita Anubhuti. What I mean by the word vertical time zone? What I mean by the word vertical time zone? For us, 1 year is 1 day. For the higher time zone, Swargaloka. That is why Nataraja, God of Swargaloka, receives 6 Abhishekam in a year. Because for Devatas in Swargaloka, the 1 year of Bhumandala, Bhuloka, 1 year of planet Earth is 1 day in Swargaloka. There are vertical time zones, Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa, Satya. The Satya Brahma resides there. 1 day of Brahmaloka is 4.32 billion human years. Understand? 1 day of Swargaloka means the vertical time zones, Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa. It goes and Satya, then beyond Satya is Vaikunta, beyond Vaikunta is KAILASA. Below Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Batala. Understand, I am not giving you some superstitious theories. No. I'll give you precise understanding and experience of these vertical time zones. And understanding about these vertical time zones as a direct utility for your day-to-day life. It can bring tremendous physical health, mental health, psychological wellness, a very powerful way of existing, and above all, life of Paramashivoham. You can exist embodying the space of Paramashiva, state space of Paramashiva, and manifest powers of Paramashiva. Understand? The idea you carry about you is very important because that is the foundation from which your life. Knowledge about the vertical time zone, especially experientially, can change absolutely your life for best, highest, supreme form of existence. The Paramashivoham makes you experience the state space powers of Paramashiva. The vertical time zones where the intensity of the Kala time is higher and higher. Understand, last few satsangs I was explaining about these minds. Matter, mind which experiences matter, intelligence, buddhi, which makes decision, consciousness, pure space of Paramashiva. This four component put together is your reality. In horizontal time, all these four are equally felt. I can roughly compare like a 25%, 25%, 25%, 25%. 25% matter, 25%. That's the way you experience the. If the intensity of the consciousness increases, for example, the consciousness becomes 30%. So, its influence on the buddhi, intelligence also increases. So, intelligence becomes 30%. Then naturally the mind's intensity drops. The matter's intensity drops. So, this two becomes 20-20 and this two becomes 30-30. So the whole thing tilts, means you enter into the vertical time zones. 100% only pure consciousness and zero intelligence and zero mind and zero matter. That is KAILASA. Because you don't need buddhi, you don't need mind, you don't need matter for your existence. You exist as a pure space, pure consciousness. That is KAILASA. And same way, you neither feel conscious, almost 99.99999% only matter. Less than 0.0000001% mind, then lesser than that 0.00001%, 0.00001% intelligence, and lesser than that 0.0000001% is consciousness, patala. That is what is called eternal hell, lowest in the vertical time zone. Understand? Highest peak point of the vertical time zone is KAILASA, where 100% consciousness, pure consciousness, Paramashivatva. No need for intelligence or mind or matter. Then next is Satyaloka, where 99% is consciousness and 1% is divided into 3. 33. 0.33 is intelligence and 0.33 is mind and 0.33 is matter. Like I'm giving you all rough definitions for you to understand. Then little lesser consciousness, Tapoloka. This is the way the vertical time zones are placed. Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa, Satya, and KAILASA. The lower part, Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Patala. Lower time zones. Understand, all the tapas, all the purification methods in Hindu tradition is to raise you to the higher vertical time zones. That's all. Parallel universes exist multiple time zones. The vertical time zones. The more you know about how different countries work, the social structure, political structure, legal structure of different countries, if you know more about about it. You have the freedom to choose. You can make your life more luxurious, comfortable. That's the reason people migrate. Migration is one of the greatest freedom human beings have. When you have the knowledge, you are empowered to choose. Now listen, the news is not only you are empowered to migrate to other countries, human beings, only human beings on this planet Earth are empowered, hardwired, capable of migrating to parallel universe. Understand? The reason why Paramashiva is revealing the truths about the parallel universe is not just to bring some morality in you or just understandings in you. Be very clear. Paramashiva is revealing these truths for two reasons: to bring enlightenment into you and to empower you. Understand? Let me repeat. I am interested in enlightening you and empowering you. Even if I give you one glimpse of the parallel universe, you will have irreversible enlightenment. You know you have a possibility to exist in the other planes, vertical time zones, parallel universe, other lokas. You can never be suffocated, tortured, pained in this loka, because you will always say, bye, I'll be back later. A man who knows he can go and settle down in other country will not go through suffering, torture, abuse, slavery in his homeland. And even others won't dare to abuse him. You know, he will just move to the different country because he has a possibility. Listen. The moment your consciousness is empowered to access and to exist in the parallel universe, in other lokas, in the vertical time zones, of force in this Bhuloka, planet Earth, can torture you, abuse you, suffocate you. It is irreversible, permanent enlightenment. Irreversible, permanent empowerment. If you understand and start facing yourself in the parallel universe, parallel multiverses, first thing will happen to you is you will understand the whole cosmology and cosmos logical. The logic of the cosmos. Logic of the cosmos is natural law of life, dharma. Listen. If you understand the logic of Atma, you will have so much power. So much power. Your DNA will be just empowered, fully awake. Listen, fully awake. Whether it's a powers or the states, listen intensely. Whether the state, space, powers of Paramashiva or Paramashivatva itself. Your DNA, your biochemistry is capable of spontaneously, simultaneously slipping into the parallel universe, parallel multiverses, and face yourself. Listen. Even one glimpse will make you understand the magnitude of Hinduism. What Hinduism is capable of being. Understand the logic of Maha. A pure non-violence without hypocrisy will exist only if you understand the dharma, logic of the cosmos. You will become so life positive. Not only all competitions will disappear, you will become a powerful being, shares everything. You will not doing social service just for some hidden gains, indirect agendas. You will just know you exist in so many bodies. You enjoy life in so many ways. It is like spontaneous sharing. Today's revelations about the vertical time zones not only will give you liberation after you leave the body, it can make you connect with KAILASA from now. You will start receiving the gifts from KAILASA from now. Listen intensely. The conscious conclusions you arrive forms the basis of your life. The conscious conclusions you arrive is the source of your future. From the conscious conclusions you have, your future manifests. Now focus on, because these statements are too important. If you die without this introduction, when you go to the first loka, second time zone, second vertical time zone or third vertical time zone, you will feel shy. You will have a cultural shock. It's like somebody from Indian village comes to New York. Due to a cultural shock, he will not talk to anyone. He will just move to a corner into a shell. He will escape from life. People asked me, when I came to US, that was the first time I got into the flight in my life. I have not even seen the flight from distance. The first time I got into the flight is the flight for US, United States. And as you all know that I am from a village, but I never had a cultural shock. I just started going around and speaking in English, giving satsangs, classes, programs. The day one, I landed in US. I went to Chicago to pay respect to Vivekananda. The same stage, the auditorium in which Vivekananda spoke, I went there and offered my respect. Second day, my ASP, Ananda's program. First time I am doing it in English. Before that I have spoken in my own bottled English. But first time in outside India in my own English. People asked me, can we get a translator, Swamiji? I said no. I will have to learn. Let me learn. All of you listen. Now initiation time. So no moments. Every word is important for your soul to move through the vertical time zone when you are alive or when you are after you leave the body. So listen carefully. Listen. People asked me, Swamiji, don't you feel a cultural shock? I said no. Because from the young age, in my village, Tiruvannamalai, I have sons of foreigners from all countries coming for seeking enlightenment. My gurus always had people from all over the world coming to them for enlightenment. So I was always near my gurus and saw all of that. Saw many of them. So how my gurus used to teach, I have seen. My gurus have already trained me to teach for the whole world, to be Jagat Guru. So I did not have a cultural shock. Now I am trying to train you not to natural shock when you go to Maha KAILASA. See now, whatever I am telling you, if you internalize, you will not have a cultural shock or you won't feel shy, you won't feel inadequate. Not enough when you go to the vertical time zones. With consciousness as the fuel, you can straight shoot up to the different time zones. move to different time zones. See, if you go to the altitude, the world, many the governments have established that station in the space research station. If you go there, your body goes through certain changes, hair growth and whatever changes. Same way, if your body is lifted with a conscious empowered vehicle to the vertical time zone, it goes through superconscious mutation. That is why if you go to Indraloka, automatically you will have 4 hands. If you go to the Swargaloka, automatically you will grow 2 hands more. Because the superconscious will happen. Listen. If you go to the space station, automatically your body goes through certain changes. Same way, if you go to the Swargaloka, automatically your body goes through certain changes. Because superconscious mutation happens.
Vandanam Guru Charana Vandanam Vandanam Guru Vandanam Guru Charana Vandanam Nithyananda Guru Vandanam Guru Vandanam Guru Vandanam Nithyananda Guru Sarthakakaram Guru Darshanam Vandanam Guru Vandanam Guru Charana Vandanam Nithyananda Guru Charana Nithyananda Rupam 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 Vandanam Guru Vandanam Guru Charana Vandanam Vandanam Guru Vandanam Guru Charana Vandanam Nithyananda Guru Vandanam Guru Vandanam Guru Charana Vandanam Nithyananda Guru Charana Sarthakakaram Guru Darshanam Vandanam Guru Vandanam Guru Charana Vandanam Nithyananda Guru Charana Nithyananda Rupam 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 Vandanam Guru Vandanam Guru Charana Vandanam Vandanam Guru Vandanam Guru Charana Vandanam Nithyananda Guru Charana गुरुवन्दनं गुरुचरणवन्दनं नित्यानन्द
नित्य नारायण गोविंद माधवा नित्य नारायण गोविंद केशवा 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 हर नित्य नित्यानंदा हरे नित्या हरे हरे नित्य नित्यानंदा हरे नित्या हरे 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 नित्या नित्यानंदा हरे नित्या हरे 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 नित्या नित्यानंदा हरे नित्या हरे हरे नित्य नारायण गोविंद माधवा नित्य नारायण गोविंद केशवा Nityanarayana Govinda Madhava Nityanarayana Govinda Keshava Nityanarayana Govinda Madhava Nityanarayana Govinda Keshava Nityanarayana Govinda Madhava Nityanarayana Govinda Keshava Hare Nitya Nityananta Hare Nitya Hare 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 Nitya Nityananta Hare Nitya Hare 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 Nitya Nityananta Hare Nitya Hare 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 Nityananta Hare Nitya Hare Hare Nityanarayana Govinda Madhava Nityanarayana Govinda Keshava 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 Nityanarayana Govinda Madhava
Nithyanandam, we all just had a wonderful session where we understood about the different vertical time zones and the parallel universes. You're understanding of what clicked with you the most. Nityananda, Lingodbhavanaya, Nityananda, Lingodbhavanaya. Yes, Nityananda and all participants, how nice to see each and every one of you. Yes, Mashukrendra, Mananda Lakshmi, Lingodbhavanaya. Okay. I I request that all of you be entering into the parallel. All of you going to meeting your I would say sorry because all participants suppose how was the session for each and every one of you? Makari, Nityananda, nice to see you. For all the participants who are not on camera, can I request each of you to come on? Yes. In this session, with the few Swamiji spoke, right? The fact universal vertical time zones. Participants. How many parallel universe do we have? How many? How many do we have? Makari, how, how many would you like? Shukrendrananda, Lingodbhavanaya, Nityanandam, Arika. Come on. Because how many vertical time zones do we have? Okay. So we have, okay, 14. Makari, yes, you are right. Yes. That's great. That shows you're listening. But actually, when you listen intensely and you become more so that's understand more about these. Okay, Makari, do you want to share what you understood about these 14 vertical time zones? Lingottama, I hope now it is better, yeah? Yes, Nityanandamaya, is this better? Chandam tall participants. them. We apologize for the technical glitch. I hope each of you are able to hear us clearer now. Lingodhavanaya, Ma Karin, I hope each of you are able to hear us clearly now. Yes. It's better if you're able to hear us clearly. Can I request all of you to put a yes in the chat? Okay, yes, thank you so much, Aya. Okay. From the 14 lokas, from like the 14 vertical time zones that are there, what favorite clip that you got? Actually, now we will be understanding it more deeper also. Session where Swamiji spoke about the various vertical time zones, right? So understand this. Okay, so we have 40 lokas altogether. Okay, 7 are upper lokas, the higher lokas. 7 are the below lokas. Okay. Okay, does anyone not get it? All participants? Yes. If you're listening, please give the lokas name. His name you can tell. Yes, Lingo this. Participants suppose in lokas. Okay. Tapoloka. What's this? You could come on camera here. Okay, Ma Karin, why don't you pose? Ma Anand Lakshmi, Ma Shukendrananda. Which are 3 lokas which you remember? Any 3 lokas? We have a lot actually. I'm just asking for 3 loka. Okay, Tabo loka, yeah, you have posted then lokas. Ma Karin, Ananda Lakshmi, Nithyananda Huang Me She, Nithyananda. Ma Karin, Ma Karin, how many lokas do we have? Ma Karin? Okay. In the start, so we have 14 lokas, right? So one loka, yes. What Lingodhavanaya said is very true, yes. So this okay, so if you see the 14 lokas, right? So the 7, so totally up above 7, below 7. 6, Bhu, Bhuva, Maha, Tapa, Satya, Vaikuntha, Tripura, Kailasa, Maha Kailasa. Okay. Lokasa, Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Rasatala, Mahatala, Patala. Yes? Okay. Are you catching? Are you understanding how we have 7 vertical zones above, vertical dimensions below. We understand that in each zone you have an identity. Look at on planet Earth, right? We have an identity. Same way, even these vertical times also, you do have an identity. These identities is what Swamiji, these identities what Swamiji calls have identities which each and every one of us have. So actually, same like in the same exact form, exactly like you, resides in all of these different lokas, the seven lokas above and the seven lokas below. Which of you are understanding this? Sukrendra Nandam, Anand Lakshmi, can I request you to come on camera? Okay. Yeah. Say how in each of these 14 lokas, the 14 um, vertical time zones, you exist the same, like, same being looking exactly like you exists. Yes. So, see, in each 14, Swamiji says that we have identity. Okay. Okay. Bhuloka, Nvodvanaya, so okay. Identity card, right? You have an identity card in Bhuloka, we have. Okay, yes. Nithyananda Chandrasekhar, is this better? I hope you're able to hear. See, we have totally 40 lokas, right? Each lokas, we have a dimension, we have an identity. Let me give an example. In Bhuloka, planet Earth, so I'm again Bhuloka. Let's Swargaloka. So, gods, goddesses such as Varuna, Indra, Vayu, Agni, all gods and goddesses. Swami says you do have identity in that loka. You have an identity in each of these loka. The Devata dimension of you, or like the you who has manifested that Devata Svargaloka. Actually, in Hinduism itself, these lokas have in so much detail. Like we and today we're also learning more about loka. Each of the lokas in more detail. Okay. So we have an example of the Swarga Loka. Right? Swarga Loka then is the heaven, what we call as the heaven, right? So that's where all the gods and goddesses live. Gods and goddesses live in Swarga Loka. You have an identity in Swarga Loka. Loka. Gods and gods. Your whole body structure. Divine form, in divine body with your face is that Sargaloka. So this song says, or you have each of these 14 time zones. Each of these 14 time zones. Swamiji says the bill, the Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Tala, Atala, Rasa, Atala, Maha, right? These seven not needed at all. It's not necessary for us to be there because does anyone ever want to go there? No. Not many of us want to go there. So higher lokas and one higher lokas. Planet Earth, the blue mandal is planet the solar system, the universe, the galaxy, the universe which we are in right now, right? That's our blue mandala. Bhuloka, Bhuloka, Bhuloka. Next, Subloka, also called Swami says Swargaloka is absolute peace and joy. Absolute life you have led planet for. Brigitradama, chapter verse 116. Parashva says, Swaraloka, Swar meaning Swaraloka, means from denizens of the heaven. It's 5 lakhs of yojanas. Actually, yojanas is it's a measure of which is actually more than a more like I think like 3.5, 3.3 yojanas. Yeah, one. Oh, sorry, 3.3 miles. So it's really the next dimension is the Mahar. Actually much higher. It is where higher level beings reside. It's the highest peak possibility. Like all the your being peak possibilities, the best and the highest peak possibilities resides in Mahaloka. Example, wants to store vast amount of knowledge. How many of you want to store access vast amount of knowledge or store vast amount of knowledge? Yes, Nithyananda, to the program, Margarita. See all the participants joining. Okay. Again, vast knowledge, or you want to store a lot of knowledge. Who wants to achieve that power, that memory power? Anyone? Like you know, the memory of an elephant, like size. Anyone over here? You, you can just post this in the chat too, so that's also fine. How do you again this story vast amount of knowledge? Or mad to whiskers anyone? Margarita, yes, Nithyananda. Okay. This Loka, who has experienced the peak possibilities, all your peak possibilities, whatever you can imagine, and beyond that, that being exists in the Maharloka. Well, Swami says in Maharloka, place where Akashic records are stored. So you store knowledge. Literally, we can store how much of knowledge you want to store. You can store in yes, we can see you. Yes, how are you, Aya? Like, how you fine? How's your health going? So in this loka, we can store any amount of knowledge, however vast you want, you can store it. As this loka is your highest peak possibilities. Your peak possibilities are expressed in this loka. As in the Paramashiva says, Maho Dvikuto Mahodvikotiryatraste Marichadi Mahar, which is abode of Mahati, and such other eminent stages is about height of 2 crore yojanas, scale of measuring distance. Time zone, when multiple bodies have to play in one time, multiple bodies, anytime whoever like experience Janloka loses his all the violence, everything, because you know that you exist in everyone. Now, for example, I am there in Janaloka. Ma Shukrindra, you are there in Janaloka. Lingodvanaya, Ma Anand Lakshmi, Matthew Eskraya, and even Ma Virja. All of us in Janaloka. I have how clear because at Paramashiva, each one have the same soul None of us have the same consciousness, are bound by the same consciousness. So we exist in multiple bodies. There is no difference. So, how many of you are facing issues with your friends? Like friends, how many of you are facing problem in that? Anyone? Like you want to build a good relationship, but you're not able to build a good relationship. Any problems with relating with people or your friends or your create how to say like you group, like someone's against you or something. Okay, Matthew was you for you. Yes, for me he says the in general you much at the time. Like for example, my body, like my face with my mother's body. My face in so many of your so like in so many different bodies. So I exist in so many places at a time. So by connecting the body and general actually change the person. You can actually change the person's perception about you. For example, you are going for a job interview. Okay, let's say you're going for a job interview and you want to be successful in. You connect to your boss. Okay, connect, and then okay, you can change his mind, change what your direct like, and you can actually see it will be reflected next day morning. It will come. So all these great successes are actually available just for accessing your five identity. See, this only to understand you have to manifest it however you want. It is just these signs are not taught to us. So signs, so just make people like literally general multiple bodies at a time. As Shiva says in the Mrigendragama that Jal Kotyavachinna Janashayaha, meaning above this is a Janaloka, where the Pitros, our ancestors, and the sages such as Janu and are living. But in crore yojanas. Okay. So next is the Tapoloka. Tapoloka is above all great rishis, like the four if Putras of Brahma, right? The Brahma's sons, such as Sananda, Sanat Kumara, Sanandana, and Sanatana. The four Sanat Kumaras are there, and basically the rishis. Basically, the both of all the great rishis, munis, yogis, all of them live in the Loka. Loka, with your face, you'll have a rishi body sitting and meditating in Tapoloka. And Swamiji says, Tapoloka, if you want to access is the smell. When you're going through the last struggles, right? When you're going through your struggles of your life, directly you do. Deep space in which you can access your identity in Tapoloka. And about that higher realms, such as the Satyaloka, which is the abode of Lord Brahma. Lokan Paramashiva, just creation through Brahma, along with Devi Saraswati. Then about the Vaikuntha, which is above the Parandhama, where Paramashiva does the sustenance aspect of the whole universe, along with Mahalakshmi. Like the Kshimasagar, the milk ocean, right? As Parandhama sleeps, Parandhama rests. The Vaikuntha is the abode of of above that is Sripuram, which is the abode of Devi Paramashiva Shakti, as Rajarajeshwari is existing there. Then comes abode of Paramashiva, where Paramashiva lives with his family, such as Parvati, Ganesha, Subramanya, with all his Mundi, all Shiva Bhutas. All of them are there in Kailas, and ultimately Maha Kailasa, where Paramashiva exists as he is, the aspect of him, where he is the source of the whole universe. So, any doubts? So far, is all the participants clear of all the 14 lokas? Any questions all of you having? Discussed about the like in little bit more detail about the 7 higher lokas. Questions about these 14 lokas, the 14 vertical time zones? So it tells you mainly about 14 higher, the 7 higher lokas, because in the beginning it's not much. What causes hell? It's so just much importance is not needed to this, so we do not need to learn about lokas from Bhuloka, from planet Earth, how to go to higher lokas. So that's we are going to be talking about. Yes. So Swami says that understood we have existence each of these 14 lokas. Can you see each of us clear? How will dimension of you? You may have this question. We are we discussed right now. And we also told Swamiji also said Swamiji ultimately said that you have dimensions of you in 14 lokas. You may have the question how, right? How will you this question? How to connect with this dimension of you that exists in the 14 lokas? Understand? Today, all of you are going to be experiencing your identity. All of you are going to be experiencing the astral travel, meaning you're accessing your identities. Okay, I know. So when you die, okay, you asked a very beautiful question. You have asked, okay, so when we die, we use lokas by knowing some information, and the healthier we get when we are parallel universe. Okay, no problem. Maya. After you leave the body, you can access. No, Swamiji says why you can experience it. Yes, of course, for you to you have a healthy body. Yes, you're looking for it, but you experience it. That is what we will be doing today. You will be able to that dimension of you will exist in the different lokas. You will be able to access those dimensions. And Swamiji is the opportunity to have here. Yes, but you're asking from because you're going through some health issues, right? But Swami is there with you. He'll keep you 14 lokas, says no problem about it. Okay. So 14 lokas, right? We understood that we have an identity. Now, how what 14 these 14 lokas are connected to called breathing. See, that Bhuloka come cognitions we carry Swargaloka or in Tapoloka or in Vaikuntha. The same pattern which you are currently having different than what you have in the general look in the rest of the lokas. But the only all 14 lokas, the only just same in all 14 dimension is your breathing pattern is lokas. That's why Swamiji says just breathing alone you can experience the loka. How experience these different lokas? Like actually, Swami gives a beautiful example. How in lokas on example. Goes to like some just in that place and you will not fit. But the same way, if you go to US, in just few days you will become obese. Matthew, just a minute. We are checking the audio. We completely We understand all the participants. We completely inconvenience caused. We'll be right back. We hope Nithyananda, and we are audible to each of the participants. I hope the audio is clear for each of you now. I hope each of you are able to hear us clearer now. Is this better for all the participants? We sincerely apologize for the technical glitch. I hope each of you are able to hear this. Each of you to post a yes, or you can even wave your hands if you're able to hear us clearly. Okay. Thank you, Chandrasekharaya. Yes. So now we understood, right? Each of these 14 lokas, right? All this is one, or a breathing pattern. As Swami says, slokas continue breathe. Yeah. We powerful cognitions on you, right? Just powerful cognitions. You just by practicing, living them in your life, you will actually access that particular loka in you. Like for example, Swarloka, the Swarga Loka, which is the abode of the gods and goddesses, right? Sloka. Cognition. Cognition. Time does not tire you. This is some boredom at all. Understand? In Swarga Loka, there's no tiredness and boredom. Cognition. The time does not tire you. Open the door that actually allows you to access the portal for you to enter into Swarga Loka. You actually access your Swarga Loka identity. This is all participants understanding. So this is by chewing on them, just by doing conscious snacking on them, will actually help access that particular loka, the identity loka which you have having. So in Suvar Loka, you get to access the dimension of the your deity, like your dimension of you as a god. You get to experience yourself in that space of sage Marichi, or in the Vinyasaka. You get to experience all your ancestors, your pitrus. And lokas, time, like in the Suva Loka, time does not affect you. Time does not tire you. In the Mahaloka, you do not have any self uh, hatred, self doubt. So each lokas have things, um, of yourself that you can access. So, see now, out and write down all previous conclusions that you have made about yourself and how they have shaped your experience. What beliefs do I hold about myself? What influences my actions? All of these questions ask yourself now, and how it has affected previous conclusions, whether it is about a job, whether it is self. All previous conclusions reflect on how these have shaped your experiences about life. Can I request each of you to please take a detailed pen down which you have made upon yourself, have upon yourself. These conclusions have shaped your own life. Have shaped life. What beliefs do I hold about myself? My action is them as detailed as possible. institution. Nithyananda, I hope you to complete writing this down. You have been able to think about and write down all the previous conclusions that you have made about yourself and also reflect how emotions have affected you. Yes. So, understand some sense. Man, powerful cognitions, right? Man, powerful cognitions. Cognitions that align you with your aspirations and locales which you wish to access. See, we all saw how our powerful cognitions gives us the ability to access these different dimensions of us, like our beings, our own identities that exist in these different dimensions. And these powerful cognitions that we need to consciously snack on, internalize, understand, and start making it a part of our lifestyle. Nityanandam, Valnita Seke, Nityanandam to you. Kiksi Wang, Nityanandam to all of you. Okay, yes. So now, Matt to discuss there. You have any questions that you want to ask? Any doubts? Any questions you are having? In the first that we did now, you have any questions? You can post it in the chat, ma. Ma Shukrendra Nanda Nityanandam Ananda Lakshmi Ma Quixin Wang Ma Lita. Okay. So now all of us understood, right? Each of the powerful cognitions we carry, right? Each of the powerful cognitions we carry lets us to awaken a particular loka in us. Okay. Without any further delay, let's now enter into the power manifestation. So for all the participants today, we are going to be entering into a very interesting. Today, we are going to be entering the power of remote vision, where having the ability to see far distances, having the ability to see far distances, which is one physical place. As for example, if you know about Sanjaya, right, the Mahabharata, Sanjaya's palace, right? He was sitting in the palace and describing the whereabouts. He was describing about the detail about the war. British were black skin. How is possible? Because since Vinyasaka in Sanjaya in power dur drishti, meaning theory and distance seen. So he is to the deep feeling. But see what was happening in the Mahabharata war. That's why today we are having the Bhagavad Gita. Just because Sanjay saw it. It is because Sanjay saw it only, that is why all of us are having the gift of Bhagavad Gita in our life. So when we see that power, so I should hold an object along with us. And in this round, me, myself, or Ma Birja, we will be holding an object along with us. We will not show it in the camera. It will be just with us. You and scanning what is that object. Now we are sitting miles away from all of you. We don't know where all of us are sitting in different parts of the country. We have people from US, we have people from Malaysia, from Singapore, from Europe, all of us in different parts of the world. Now, From where you are going scanning the object that myself or Mahavira is going to be keeping. Okay. Okay. So, can we all start? So, I have one object. I have one object in my hand, right, which I'm holding. Ask this now to scan. Connect to Swamiji. Ask Swamiji to reveal what object keeping in my hand. Okay. So, I request all of you to please close your eyes. Yes. I request all of you please close your eyes. Chant the Mahavakya intensely. And what Swamiji reveals to you, whatever he reveals, just go on. You can post it in the chat. As you see it, you can post it in the chat. Let's sit straight. Chant the Mahavakya. I request all of the participants, please settle down. Yeah, start chanting the Mahavakya intensely. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Continue to chant the Mahavakya and scan what is the object Mahavira is holding. Do not guess, okay, maybe related to this. In the past, they have shown this. No, don't guess. Don't just whatever. Start. You can post that in the chat as you see it as well. Go on connecting with Swamiji, remembering Swamiji's form, and whatever he reveals to you, just go on verbalizing it. Amazing.
వందనం గురువందనం గురుచరణ వందనం 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 గురుచరణ వందనం నిత్యానంద గురుచరణ వందనం గురువందనం గురుచరణ వందనం నిత్యానంద సార్థకతరం గురుదర్శనం వందనం గురువందనం గురుచరణ వందనం నిత్యానంద గురుచరణ గురు స్మరణం
Yes. Now, I will listen to the participants. Please post in the chat what was that object which you were able to see that Mahaviraja is holding. Can each of you please post? Ma Shukrendrananda, Ma Anandalakshmi, Ma Kiksinwang, Ma Lita, Chandrasekharaya, Matthew Veskaraya. Each of you can post what you were able to see as the object Mahaviraja was holding. Now, what did you see? Chandrasekharaya. What did you see, Aya? Ma Shukrendra, Ma Lita, Ma Sharmin. We request all participants to post whatever Swamiji has shown to you. Yes, Matthew, I request you to post whatever Swamiji has shown to you. Yes. If you saw any size, the shape, the color, whatever you saw. Okay, Matthew, this first time I have computer, the audio and video. Okay, no issues there. You can work on fixing it. And if you're able to, you can post what you're able to see in this round. If you're able to. Post here, what you're able to see. See, it could be the color, it could be the shape, it could be the size, whatever it was. Whatever you saw, whatever Swamiji revealed to you can post. And what if you want is running in you. No images, just calmness. Okay, okay. Maybe colors, because usually colors like very good, literally spot on. Do you get colors? Maybe. So now I'm going to reveal the answers. So for all the participants, the option which is given for all of you is a earring. So gold earring. So you can see that the earring is the object which was given for all participants. It's the earring. Yes, so that was the object that Mahaviraja was holding. And now, right after the power manifestation, we will be entering the next session of our day, where we will more about how to access these different dimensions, these 14 locals, the 14 vertical time zones. Yes. So in the next session, understanding how we are part of the universe. Which shares that Brahmavit Brahmaiva Bhavati, meaning no small you become that. So in this session, we're going to listen about the whole graphic universe. You are part of the Pindanda. You are hologram, right? If you cut. If you cut down into small pieces, that small piece cannot differentiate from a big piece, right? Same thing. Now also, this the universe. We are one with the universe. That's just how it exists. And universe, we become one with the universe. So let us now understand this beautiful session revealed by Swami Vinyasaka.
I'll give you some of the most beautiful, powerful conclusions Paramashiva himself gave me. Paramashiva himself gave me some of the most beautiful, powerful conclusions, cognitions. I will spell out everything. 1. Life has no complication. Second, sometimes you believe people saying Paramashiva is far away in KAILASA. Sometimes you believe, no. Paramashiva is really inside you, not somewhere far away in KAILASA. But listen to the truth. Paramashiva himself gave. He is in far away KAILASA and inside you as your very core existence, both. Understand? Is far away in KAILASA as the center, core of Brahmanda, macrocosm. Same Paramashiva is inside you, depth, core of your existence, microcosm, Pindanda, center of Pindanda. It's like a time warp. Paramashiva is the superconscious happening in you. Because that superconscious happening in you, you feel you are alive. So the source of your first person, source of the existence of your first person is the superconscious happening called Paramashiva. Let me tell you the exact sign. Please understand. See, the other day I was seeing a hologram. Maybe it's a some 2-inch by 2-inch size. On the pyramid, one dolphin is jumping. That is a hologram. So if you cut smaller, whatever size of piece you make it out of it, the full hologram is there as it is. Can you understand what I am saying? See, 2-inch by 2-inch. If you cut as a 4 piece, the full hologram is there. If you cut as 8 piece, the full hologram is there. If you cut as 100 piece, the full hologram is there. Just like that, Master's body is cosmos. Macrocosm in microcosm in its full form is Master's body. That is why the initiation is possible. Anything happens in this system, just one line, anything released in this system can just happen in the other systems. Just happen in the other systems. One understand? The Master's body is like a smallest possible hologram of the cosmos. Even then, even if you cut it as the smallest possible, the whole is there as it is. That is why Krishna in that small body, small mouth, able to show the whole cosmos to Yasoda. He just opened the mouth and Yasoda saw the whole cosmos. That is why, just in that small 6 feet frame, Krishna was able to show the whole cosmos to Arjuna. Understand? Master's body is the smallest bit of the cosmos. That is why when he releases something, it happens in you. Through he is there, Paramashiva is there. It is just a hologramic existence. If you cut the hologram, there will be another hologram. If you cut that hologram, there will be another one. If you cut that, there will be another one. Till the end, it is only the same hologram. Same way Paramashiva. From Paramashiva, it is hologramic existence. Listen carefully. From Paramashiva to you, it is hologramic existence. Understand this. Doubt everything else, but not this ultimate truth. Paramashiva and you are in the relationship of hologramic existence. How much ever small you feel about you, you are a smaller, maybe smaller hologram of Paramashiva, but not anything else. Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. If the hologram is taken away from a hologram, the hologram remains as hologram. The hologram which is taken away from the hologram also remains as the hologram. The hologram which is taken away or from which it is taken away, both continues to remain as a hologram, and both continue to remain as a hologram. Because of that, we cannot use the word called both. This is the left translation. Purna remains as Purna. When Purna is moved from the Purna, because Purna remains as the Purna, when the Purna is removed from the Purna, you cannot call that Purna is removed from the Purna, and you cannot call there are two Purnas, one Purna removed from one Purna, both Purnas remain as Purna. No. When Purna is removed from the Purna, Purna remains as the Purna. Because Purna remains as the Purna, you can't call Purna is removed from the Purna. You can't say there are two Purnas which continues to remain as Purna, and you can't say Purna is removed from the Purna. Purna can be added back to Purna. Purna remains as Purna. When you go through any idea of removing, adding 1, 2, 3 or no number, Purna remains as Purna. Purnamata Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevashyate. The Brahmanda has various dimensions. Whatever is in Brahmanda operates in you as Pindanda, the microcosm. Whatever is in the macrocosm reflects in the microcosm. Whatever is in the Brahmanda is in the Pindanda. So, through the Pindanda, you can manifest what you want in Brahmanda. Through the Pindanda. What is the one end of the macrocosm in you? By operating that, the other end of the rope, which is in the macrocosm, can be manipulated, manifested as you want. One long rope, one end of the rope in the microcosm, Pindanda, is verbalization. The same rope is vibrating quantumly in the macrocosm, Brahmanda as the dimension of length. One end of the rope in the microcosm, Pindanda, is the verbalization dimension. Quantumly the same functions, the other end of the rope. In the Brahmanda, macrocosm as length dimension. Same way, what functions in the microcosm as visualization, in the Brahmanda, in the macrocosm, that is only is breath. Listen, now third statement is very important. What functions in you as cognition, how you cognize yourself, individual inner image in Pindanda, microcosm. You feel about you. That same only, that cognition, inner image, vibrates as the dimension of depth in macrocosm. That is why your inner image matters for your life. What you attract, what you manifest, how you live matters. I tell you. Never allow lower inner image in you. There's nobody has a right to judge you. Even your guru has only right to help you, not judge you. Listen. Your guru only has a right to help you, not to judge you. Even guru does not have a right to judge. And who else? Even he does not have a right to judge you. He only has a right to help you. He only has a right to remind you. He does not have a right to judge you. Never accept low inner image. That is your arrogance. Do not fall into the arrogance of accepting inner image. You always think, no. Inner image is very humble. No. Weak inner image is arrogant. Don't call it as humbleness or meekness or goodness. No. Don't ever give any good word for it. These are all some of the ultimate laws which can never be changed at any time. Low self inner image means quantumly you are sending the signal to the macrocosm to keep you in the lower depth of the cosmic dimension. Understand? The kind of a frequency you send from here, the way you are dealing the rope one end, are you pulling or pushing or burning? One end of the rope is in your hand, the other end of the rope is with the cosmos. Listen, one end of the rope is in your hand, the other end of the rope is in the cosmos. The macrocosm quantumly operates into microcosm. Your verbalization directly affects the dimension of the cosmos. Your visualization directly affects the breath dimension of the cosmos, your cognition about you directly affects the depth dimension of the cosmos. You quantumly function with the macrocosm. You quantumly function with the macrocosm. Whether you want to function, you don't want to function. Whether you want to drive or don't want to take control of the vehicle you are sitting in. Car is already moving 120 kilometer speed. Listen, you do not have a choice now. No, I'll wake up after 2 years. I think I will attend to all this and then wake up. No, no choice. By the time you wake up, you may not be able to make up. The length, breadth, depth of the macrocosm, cosmos, is the verbalization, visualization and cognition of the microcosm, the individual, you. So the higher image and the visualizations and verbalizations triggered by the higher inner image. And first of all, you need to understand, as a constitutional setup of consciousness, listen. See, your consciousness as a constitutional setup. The basic constitution of the consciousness does not allow incompletions to be inside it by its nature. They are ejected out. Understand? A good DVD player, the moment you put corrupt CD, no, as a setup, it just ejects it out. It does not play. It does not tolerate it. Same way, the constitutional setup of your consciousness does not play with incompletion. By its very nature, it just ejects it, rejects it. So, don't be sitting and calculating the plastic covers and coffee tumblers lying in the Marina Beach and thinking that such a dirty place, how will the tsunami come? Tsunami cannot be stopped by the plastic covers. Shivoham cannot be stopped by the small incompletions you think you are having. As I said, start living. Start living. Start living. That is the only key. I can bless you tons of times, but only you can live it. So more than my blessings, you need your blessings. This hand is always showing victory, victory, victory and want to join. This hand also should decide to join. Only then it becomes whole. So this will become our new emblem and mudra. To remember, when you feel victorious, Mahadeva feels victorious. He wants you to be victorious because that is the way he feels victorious. The whole celebrates you feeling as whole because the whole feels fulfilled. You feel you are whole. Understand, I am telling you the secret. He wants you to experience Shivoham. Otherwise, why should he come down from Kailasa? He wants you to experience Shivoham. There's no other reason for him to make himself available to you other than making you experience Shivoham, because he also celebrates you experiencing Shivoham. Understand? Remember this one line. He celebrates when he is able to make you celebrate, because Mahadeva loves you. This is the real meaning of God loves you. Understand? The meaning of Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi's line, Enbolungai, Inbura Katuni, Enalum Valndarulla Runachala, means the meaning is not Bhagavan is the worst person. He says, in the worst persons are protected, saved, celebrated, lived. O Mahadeva, because doing this, let you live long. If he is the Dina, how can he bless Mahadeva? Just understand. Don't you see the whole conflict? He says the first line, Enbolum Dina. In the next line, Ennalum Valandaruna Arunachala. And he blesses him. Understand? He has a powerful message in that one line. Even the lowest, even if you think you are lowest, you have the right and capacity to bless Mahadeva, because you are him. He celebrates through you. You are, when you celebrate, he celebrates through you. When the microcosm dances, macrocosm joins. When you do Nata, Nataraja joins. Listen carefully. Just today, one of my disciples was asking me, Swamiji, one very important question. You are a macrocosm, and you have come down into this body as microcosm. How do you feel? I said, precisely, I feel I am a macrocosm because I have not come down. I have reflected myself into this body and woken up. Started operating this system. Not shrunk into this system. This system is not exclusive of me. It is inclusive of me before the system created, during the system was functioning, after the system stops functioning. Throughout, this was inclusive of me. Whenever your understanding about you changes, your reality also changes, because your taste becomes different. Even the definition, what is good, what is bad, becomes different. What is right, what is wrong, becomes different. your priorities differ. Your preferences become different. So, your existence, if you feel you are just your body, your desires, your preferences, your good, your idea about bad, your idea about right, your idea about wrong, everything about your life, what you consider as a profit, what you consider as a goal of your life, everything will be focused on the idea, your body, because your core cognition is that you are body. If you are body, your goals and desires and priorities will be different. If you understand your consciousness, your priorities will become different. Your right, wrong will become different. Your ideas about good and bad will become different. Your preferences will become different. Profit, goal, all that will become different. So what you cognize about you as you matters most. With this today's blessings, Paramashiva showers the blessing, ultimate blessing on all of us. Let us all realize only we are consciousness. In our consciousness, Paramashiva exists, the ultimate exists, and we exist as Paramashiva's consciousness. Job of the Guru in Hindu tradition is to make you realize you are Paramashiva. Paramashiva's consciousness exists in your consciousness. You exist in Paramashiva's consciousness. The ultimate consciousness exists in you, making you experience Paramashiva Chit Gana is the job of Guru. In tradition, Paramashiva beautifully explains in Guru Gita, Naguro Radigam, Naguro Radigam, Naguro Radigam. Shivasa Sanataha, Shivasa Sanataha, Shivasa Sanataha. Means there is nothing higher than Guru. There is nothing higher than Guru. There is nothing higher than Guru. This is the constitution, Sasana of Shiva. Thus Shiva declares. Thus Shiva declares. Thus Shiva as Shiva Sasanataha means this is Shiva's constitution. This is Shiva's constitution. This is Shiva's constitution. In Hindu tradition, you realizing the truth, You are the ultimate that resides in you. The Parama Advaita Satya, Paramadvaita Satya is the focus of all Hindu tradition. That is actually the focus of all human beings, knowingly or unknowingly. Knowingly or unknowingly, all human beings travel only towards this. Sometimes they take different routes, but this is life. Listen, the more you turn towards consciousness, not only you start experiencing living, your consciousness reflects the universal consciousness, or the universal consciousness resides in your consciousness. You will understand you are not engaged in your body, you are just engaged with your body. You have a right to feel you are Paramashiva. You have a right to live as Paramashiva. You have a right to be treated by others as Paramashiva. This is the constitutional right you are given by Paramashiva in the KAILASA's constitution for every being, every living being. KAILASA's constitution guarantees conscious sovereignty. Listen. Free will, which can change, manipulate, alter, destroy patterns and rhythms, is called Sankalpa, or individual independent intelligence, which can make decisions. Listen, this is the third universe. In the parallel universe layer, the next parallel universe layer, actually this whole parallel universe you can see in your macrocosm, in your body, and in the microcosm. It is same, holographic. Just it's a hologram. What is there is here. Brahmanda resides in Pindanda. Your consciousness can play with any rhythm and pattern. How many of you understand? Your consciousness can interfere, change, alter, delete your rhythms and patterns. Listen here. Explain now. Next thing. Your consciousness as freedom. Your aliveness as freedom to intervene, change, alter, reorganize, delete, create, recreate, rebuild your rhythms and patterns. So now, the more you intervene with your patterns and rhythms, more alive you become. More you allow your patterns and rhythms take over you, more dead and frustrated and useless you feel about life. The more you interfere with your rhythms and patterns, more you become alive. Even if you are fighting gives a kind of a kick. If you are typical Indian couple, you will understand how much the fighting energizes you. When you are tired, bored, don't feel like going to office, just have a 10-minute shouting in the house, you will have so much energy. You will run away to office. Work properly, 12 hours in the office. Will not come back home soon. Fight gives a kind of a kick. Even if you fight with your patterns, any decision to intervene with your rhythms and patterns makes you more alive. This is cosmic law. Cosmic law. More you allow your patterns and rhythms to live, run your life, you will feel frustrated, bored, tired, and you don't even know how the days are passing, months are passing, life is passing, and you are just stuck. Nothing is happening. Nothing is happening. You are just stuck. How many of you feel when you let your rhythms and patterns take your life, you just become couch potatoes? You don't know how these days and weeks disappear. Tired, bored, frustrated, nothing happens, stuck in the life. How many of you understand this? Give thumbs up. See, your decision to interfere with patterns, make yourself excited, is Kedu. Son, always interfere with your patterns and rhythms. even if it is a fight or struggle, always interfere, try to manipulate, rebuild, revive. Your life, constantly fight with your patterns and rhythms. Listen. Listen to this. Fighting with your patterns is not bad. Letting your patterns take over you, knowing that you are behaving like a Ravana and Bhasmasura, but letting your pattern take over you is the real destruction. Anyone who fights with their patterns, always Paramashiva comes to help and support. But knowing that you are becoming like a Ravana and Bhasmasura and letting your patterns take over you is the worst hypocrisy. That is the worst destruction. How many of you understand? Knowingly, you allow this destruction pattern of being Ravana, behaving like a Bhasmasura. Raise your hand. Let me see. Consciousness, free will. You always want to have free will over others instead of you. But you are not understanding the free will first has to prevail on you. Only then it can manifest on others. It has to prevail on you. Then it has to manifest on others. Free will, freedom, powerfulness, all that first has to manifest within you, over you. Only then it manifests on others. Listen, this is the direct message from Paramashiva, from Maha KAILASA, directly to all of you, to everyone. Listen, when you focus on the source of your first person, deeply, first you will get the glimpse that the source of your first person is not only the perceiver, he is the creator. Listen, when you start looking deep to the source of your first person, in the initial level you will feel who is perceiving everything as you. But if you look into the source of that first person, guys, the creator is only manifesting in you as the perceiver. Baba, who is the creator, is manifesting in you as the individual perceiver. When you settle in that space, all your fears about perceived will disappear, because you can just break anything which creates fear in perception. If you perceive anything as frightening, fearful, you can finish it off. You can clear it, because you are the creator. Same way, you will not be greedy or attached to anything, because anything you enjoy, you can go on keeping it forever. So you will feel bored about, what is there to keep ever and enjoy? After all, I am the creator. Knowing the perceiver is creator liberates you from fear and greed. Liberates you from all types of fear, including death fear. Liberates you from all types of greed, including attachment to life. I've seen millions of seekers, especially in Tiruvannamala, people who read one or two Ramana Maharshi's books, few books, and they think, oh, this is enough for me. Yes, that is enough. If you sincerely practice and focus on the source of first person, then you will understand. It gives you the experience, the ultimate experience. The perceiver is not just perceiver, he is the source of the person. Either looking at the source of your first person, put your whole energy and life, or put your whole energy and get involved and study agamas. In any one, put your whole involvement, you will experience. I tell you, combination of Vedanta and Agamanta is the best foolproof method. Just with rituals, you may get lost, you may not know the ultimate, you may just be more ritualistic and even lose the spirit and intensity. And just with Vedanta, you will lose the same intensity and you may just become monotonous and may even get depressed, because there's nothing exciting. The combination of Agamanta and Vedanta is the best, ultimate. Icing on the cake is Guru's initiation, Shakti Power. So I tell you, when you look deeply at the source of your first person, you will actually experience the various components of you and the relationship between the source of you and the various manifestations and components of you. You will realize the same in cosmos, Paramashiva, and the relationship he has with his own various manifestations. Vedanta is best to realize what is happening in Pindanda. Agamanta is best to realize what is happening in Brahmanda.
Again, them to all the participants. We all just had a powerful session where we understood more about how we can access these different dimensions, our different identities, manifesting in the rest of the dimensions in all the 14 lokas, the 14 vertical time zones. See, actually, whatever we see, whatever we do, what consciousness in you, like whatever happens in you, whatever you think of, whatever you cognize, actually, however you cognize yourself, whatever you think about you, is the pindanda. The individual inner image, what Swamiji says, right? He gives four images: the inner image, the outer image, the other's image, and life image. The inner image, inner image that you have in the pindanda, the microcosm, how you feel about you, the same cognitions, the same inner image vibrates as the dimension of depth in the macrocosm. That same thing manifests in the microcosm, the universe. How many of you are understanding this? Understand? The Brahmanda, the universe, and the Pindanda, us, are one and the same. We are absolutely connected to each other. Mamihri, Mamihri, welcome for the program. Yes. So understand the Brahmanda, the cognitions you carry about your inner space, right? The depth you carry about you, the types of cognitions you carry about yourself, that is connected. Understand? What about you? The same inner image vibrates as the dimension of the depth dimension of the cosmos. So understand how see, so I'm just in one line. Aval, if it means the other thread of the end, the other end of the thread, it will be the logic of the cosmos, which is the length dimension. Now this thread, for your emotion, one all emotions, all the ups and downs we go through. In other thread, it will be your breath, it will be the breath dimension of the universe. Now this you take all cognitions, all the cognitions you carry about yourself, right? The perception, fact, truth, reality, the cognitions you carry about yourself. In the other end, if you see, it's the depth dimension in the cosmos. So understand, we and cosmos are one and the same. And that is precisely why your inner image, what you carry about yourself within you, matters for your life. And that, see, whatever you carry in your inner image, whatever you cognize about you, it's Chakra. It's manifest. And how you live matters. And it matters because what your image, your outer image, all four images are based on how you build yourself. And whatever you attract, whatever you manifest, all of that is what is based on what you are holding within you as your inner image in the pindanda, in the microcosm. Understand what the thoughts you carry. Understand? Swami shares very beautifully that when you understand about you changes, the reaction around you also changes because your taste becomes different. You have matured. Your taste has become mature. Your likings, your dislikes will be different. The way you perceive the situation will be different. So when understanding about the changes, when understand about you, about yourself changes. It reflects as the changes of the reality manifesting outside of you. It's happening a large scale from the time if you see your childhood, how now you have grown up and you see yourself. That's one way. But actually, even in life, in just a few minutes, few hours itself, if you change carrying about you inside, the external reality also will change. You have always had experience from the time we were a child, we behaved in some way. What we thought about ourselves, what we reacted on the outside, everything was in a certain way. But as we grew up, we matured, we understood ourselves more. What we think about ourselves changed, it became matured. See life outside, the way we see life, the way we see people changes. Like, for some example, when you were a child, not like somebody at all. But as you grow up, you understand, okay, this person is saying what they're saying because, and your understanding changes, your reality changes. But this is just simple. You see the difference between your childhood and now. But even in just a few hours, or a few minutes also, if within you, the cognitions about you that you hold change, the external reality will change. So even the definition of what is good, what is bad becomes different, what is right, what is wrong becomes different. Your priorities differ. Everything will, all of this will become different. So all these happens, all this in one's life, once thought about you changes, thought about you matures. Like as Mamadra was saying, right? When you're small, likes you had, it kind of mistakes you had, it kind of the priorities, your decisions for good, bad, right, wrong, and different. Not teenager. You don't all right. The perception of God. Naturally, the definition of good and bad will be different. Your ideas of good, bad, likes, your priorities, your preferences will be different, will be mature. Now, we are adult, right? What teenager, what priorities you have as a teenager, may be different. Sure. All these things happen because each time when it's a change in the cognition you carry about you, the reality in you and the reality around you changes. So this is how Swamiji says that how Brahmanda, the universe, is connected to Pindanda. Same way, the Pindanda, meaning the inner self, us, the microcosm, is connected to Brahmanda, macrocosm. Teach you to quickly pick up your pen and paper, and now you will be penning down. I request each of you to intensely pen down. How do you cognize yourself today? What do you think about you? What do you think about you today? For example, you may feel, okay, I feel showered, I feel completely blessed, I feel abundant. Or you may be feeling, no, today is not a good day, today is one of the worst days. Everything is just going upside down. I'm late for work, I'm late for a meeting, I'm late for everything, and like everything, everyone is getting so upset. I'm totally like my entire schedule has gone haywire. Is it like this? Or do you feel showered? Do you feel abundant? How do you feel? What exactly do you feel? I'll just give two examples, but how do you feel? What do you think about yourself? What do you cognize about yourself today? Now, can I request each of you to take a few minutes and pen this down? Actually look in and see what you are feeling about yourself today. Detail write down. How you cognize yourself today? How you perceive yourself today? How you feel about yourself today? Can be any emotion. Just pen this down as detailedly as possible. Participants, I hope each of you have been able to pen down, what are the cognitions that you hold about you today? What are the cognitions that you hold within you about you today? Next stage of- What kind of situations are you attracted? You may actually see, you'll be able to, when you write the situations that you are attracting, now you have written down the cognitions that you are carrying in your inner space today. Now, attracting situations that life is showing you. Example, today your cognitions are whatever you have written, but you are either having a very good day, you are you're getting your salary, or your boss gives you a promotion, or relative who you really want to meet has come home, or something like what else you may be attracting is that today you maybe would have want to get up early, but like somehow or the other you got up late, and everything, like you want to get groceries but groceries are not available and things are not. What types of situation attracting today? You have cognitions, not situations. What you're attracting today? Okay, I see several participants logged in. Ma Jnananjali, Nithyananda, Malita, Ma Brita, Ma Jnana Swarupini, Ma Anandeshri, Ma Yogananda Rupini, Ma Jnana Swarupini. You see so many participants logged in. Okay, I think so now to the first step, right? Where we wrote about cognitions we have ourselves, the perception, the reality, right, about ourselves. As always understood, right? The first about you, yourself, affects the space around you, the thoughts you carry around you. Like to give an example, see, Vishwa is a pond, okay? A pond, right? Having a thought, Vishwa, I'm dropping a stone. What happens? Reconnected, right? It's happened to pond, right? So, now occurs, changes happen, right? So the thoughts you, the thoughts change, the thoughts is dropping, the space on, space your on, and then the circumstances, the future, the outer space are just happening for you. Example, I know all the participants will run this to you, right? Run how these cognitions of life, cognition, the space, what situations, what incidents you are shafting in your life. I request all of you to please detail write it down. Please take a few minutes. Yes. Nithyanandam to all the participants. Hope all of you are done writing. So now understand, very beautiful understood, right? See, the cognitions we carry, ourselves, matters and all, as we are firm as if this cognition. Yes, Nithyananda, Matthew Viscasaya, any questions you have? Matthew Viscasaya, Matanjali, Yogananda Rupini, Jnana Swarupini, Pixie Wine. Nithyananda, what is your understanding till here? What have you understood? What have you been able to, as you did the internalization process, what have you been able to understand till this point? And any questions any of you have so far before we move to the next step? You understand, today we are having a very beautiful day as Swami, as today, according to the Arunachaleshwara temple, right? Yes, according to the Arunachaleshwara temple, today we are going to be offering the Aipasi. This month in Tamil is called as Aipasi. And on day, Abhishekam, this special Abhishekam happens to the Linga. This special Abhishekam happens to Linga once in a year. Only once in a year this Abhishekam happens. It's actually very special Abhishekam which is being done. It's called Annabhishekam. Where offerings are being done to the Linga. Special offerings are being done to the Linga, and not just that, the dressing of the deity is done with the clothing. The dressing of the dressing of the deity is done with items. Anna in Sanskrit means food. All this rice we'll be doing the alankaram is a very special, it's a very auspicious thing to be seen, and this comes once in a year. And then participants to all of us were understanding that we were learning about the different ideas we care about parallel universe. So one frame, like in one shot, is the link through manifesting the receiving darshan as Swamiji as Bhagwan Lingamurti. Linga. Lingamurti. The Paramashivoham Linga is man and unmanifest component of the universe. And that's what precisely what all of us will be receiving initiation into today. How we understanding how the Brahmanda manifests as the Pindanda and how both are one and the same. They're separate things. The macrocosm and the microcosm are not two separate things. It is the macrocosm becomes the microcosm merges back into the macrocosm. Yeah. Many questions all participants are having. So, how many people interested in this beautiful offering being done? Actually, this Abhishekam comes, this special ritual comes only once a year, and it's a very special and very auspicious thing. Yes, I request all participants to, if at all, no matter what happens, you should not miss this because this is a very opportunity which comes. Yes, Ma Mihir, you have any questions, Ma? Ma Sherman Muse, Ma Bitter Traffic, Ma Lita Saige. Yes. Matthew Whiskers, I request you to post any questions you have, do feel free to post. So, with this, all participants, we are now going to be entering into the power manifestation session. As very beautifully, today we are manifesting the power of remote vision. So, we're going to be accessing. So, basically, we're holding an object for all of you. Third eye, we are finding. You're ask Swamiji to reveal to you what is that image which we are holding. Okay. So in the last one, Ma Virija held an object, and each of you were able to scan and see what is the object that Ma Virija was holding by doing the power of remote vision. In this, I will be an object in my hand. It will not be in camera. Each of you will be connecting with Swamiji, chanting the Mahavakya, connecting in the space of oneness with Swamiji, and scanning what is the object that I am holding in my hand. You will be doing the power of remote vision and revealing that. So can I request each of you to please settle down, sit straight. Mat discuss I request you to participate here as you will see lots of breakthrough will happen for you. So I request you to participate in the palm manifestation round. And for all the participants who are not on camera, Ma Brita Chafik, Ma Tanja Devani, I request you to please come on camera. Yes. So each of you can now please sit straight, chant the Mahavakya. Connect to Swamiji. Just remember his form. That's the one of the best ways you can connect with him. At his form. Remember your best experience with Swamiji. Start chanting the Mahavakya. Whatever Swamiji reveals to you in your third eye as to what the object is in my hand, you can start revealing it. It could be Swamiji could show it in any way. It could be the size of the object. It could be the shape of the object, the color of the object, the material, the texture. Whatever Swamiji reveals to you, please go on. Ma Ananda Lakshmi, even you can post now. Ma Kixing Wang, Matthew Escrea, each of you start scanning. And as Swamiji reveals, you can post it in the chat. Continue to chant the Mahavakya. Connect with Swamiji. What is the object that I am holding in my hand? Continue to chant the Mahavakya. You can start even posting in the chat whatever Swamiji is revealing to you about the shape, the size, the texture, and the object itself. Please relax. Now, each of the participants in the chat, what was the object you were able to see? What Swamiji revealed to you? What did you experience? Can each of you post in the chat? What was the object that I was holding in my hand? Because all participants have to post. That's fine. Whatever Swamiji showed you, please just post as it is. Whatever Swamiji revealed, put it down. Don't guess, okay, maybe this may not be right. Maybe they may not show something like this. I'm just imagining. Don't do that. Okay, so Matthew Veskaraya has put book, scripture, green, and Fatima Dehastani have posted gold. Okay. Matt Veskaraya, I just want to just ask you, when did you come to Swamiji Ayya? Like, when is the first time you got connected with Swamiji? Okay, it's round, okay, something round and stick, okay? Yes. Fixing when can you also post what did Swamiji reveal to you? Uh, Brita Shafik, Tanya Devani, Matthew is clear, 2015 you met Swamiji. That's amazing. Rudraksha. Okay. So let's now verify the answers. So I'm excited actually. So Ma Madara was yes. Ma Madara was holding a Rudraksha for all of the Ma Fatima Dehstani, that's amazing. You have manifested. Spot on. Yes. This was the Rudraksha Ma Madara was keeping for all the participants. You can see it's round. And it's a Panchamukhi Rudraksha, a five-faced Rudraksha. Yes. That's wonderful. So now with this, into the next session, where it's actually a very important session for all of us. Well, so one expanding very deeply on how the thoughts reflects in individual consciousness. So we have the four forces, right? The gravitational force, the electromagnetic force, the the weak nuclear force and strong nuclear force. Swamiji says it's one force in which all these forces are happening, which is consciousness. The force is consciousness. Understand how these five forces of the cosmos it's not happening in our inner space. Okay, it's actually a very beautiful, a very powerful session. Actually, Martha was to say, I was suggesting to take notes of this. Is one of the session which you will really love. So let's now listen to this beautiful truth revealed by Swamiji himself directly.
Now, listen to the cosmic signs, cosmic revelations, ultimate sacred secrets related to the Shaktis. Understand, the modern day science is able to understand using the human mind the four forces. Listen. Modern day science is able to understand four forces using human mind. One, gravitation, the power of gravity, gravitation power. Second, electromagnetic force. Third, weak nuclear force. Fourth, strong nuclear force. I want to give you some of the powerful sacred secrets, relations to all of you, so you can understand these powers and forces in the higher level, from the higher dimensions. Understand? Whatever is happening in Brahmanda is happening in Pindanda. Whatever is happening in Crocosm is happening in microcosm. If you understand the laws of gravity, all the laws related to gravity, all the understandings human mind reach about gravity, you can easily understand the greed happening inside you. Greed and gravity is one and the same. Greed happening in the macrocosm is gravity. Gravity happening in the microcosm is greed. Listen. Greed happening in the macrocosm is gravity. Gravity happening in the microcosm is greed. If you map all the understandings you have about gravity on your greed, and all the understandings you have about the principle of greed on the principle of gravity, you will have powerful insights about your life. Gravitating is nothing but greed for more. Greed for more. Listen carefully. First understanding. The second force is electromagnetic force. Fear happening in the macrocosmic level is electromagnetic force, and electromagnetic force happening in microcosmic level is fear. Understand? All the principles human mind knows about the fear. All the laws, principles, science, human mind knows about the electromagnetic force. Apply them to the fear you experience in your microcosm. You will realize so many deeper level truths about fear you will just conquer fear and you will know how to use fear in your life. Listen. Third force human mind decoded is weak nuclear force. Listen. Weak nuclear force. Powerful cognition happening in microcosm is the weak nuclear force. Listen. Listen, I'm repeating. In microcosm, the powerful cognitions you experience are the equivalent to weak nuclear force. In the cosmos, macrocosmic level, when powerful cognitions are revealed by cosmos to cosmos, when it manifests powerful cognitions, that is the weak nuclear force. The weak nuclear force manifesting in the microcosmic level is powerful cognitions. Powerful cognitions manifesting in the macrocosmic level is weak nuclear force. All the laws, principles related to weak nuclear force, take them and map to your powerful cognitions. When you manifest powerful cognitions, what happens in you? Map it. There's so much understanding, revelation. Whenever you get the powerful cognitions, what happens in you? Observe that. Observe that. Absorb and observe. Map that into the macrocosmos, the macrocosmic principles of weak nuclear force. You will have so much understanding, revelation about the weak nuclear force. The fourth, strong nuclear force. Strong nuclear force is equivalent to initiation. Initiation, diksha, by an incarnation, living incarnation. Listen. Strong nuclear force happening in the microcosmic level is diksha, initiation. Diksha, initiation happening in the macrocosmic level is strong nuclear force. Every principle, understanding, ideas, scientific revelations you know about the strong nuclear force, map them to the microcosmic experience of initiation, you will have so much of understanding, clarity, revelations about the power of initiation, you will be able to absorb initiation more and use initiation more, get the best out of initiation. Same way, everything you know about the power of initiation in the microcosmic level, map it to the strong nuclear force of macrocosmic level. You will have not just new discoveries, inventions, revelations, new principles. You will be empowered to use the strong nuclear force in the macrocosmic level also. You can use just Surya Namaskar, sun's salutation, to build your body internally, externally as you want, without the help of anything else. Because sun salutation, Surya Namaskar, is nothing but using strong nuclear force of the sun to empower the microcosm you are carrying. Surya Namaskar is a direct initiation from Surya. Listen. I will repeat. Greed is equivalent to gravity. Fear is equivalent to electromagnetic force. Powerful cognitions are equivalent to weak nuclear force, soft nuclear force, soft nuclear power. Initiation by me, Paramashiva, directly is equivalent to strong nuclear force. Listen. Now I am initiating all of you. So listen. Now I am giving you the revelations, sacred secrets about the next fifth force. There are actually 14 forces. I will reveal the fifth force now. Fifth force is power of consciousness. Power of consciousness means just knowing the truth. Paramashiva is there not because you believe. It's a truth. Paramashiva is real, is truth. It is simply conscious. As your consciousness is the reality, the existence of Paramashiva is real. The principle with which Paramashiva operates this universe is real. His existence is real. The principle which he operates is real. The principle of Paramashiva is called linga, dharma. Listen. Just knowing the reality is consciousness. Just knowing the reality happening in microcosmic level is consciousness. Consciousness happening in the macrocosmic level is Paramashiva. Paramashiva is real, is consciousness. So first thing, the first force human beings decoded is the power of gravity, gravitation force. The second one, electromagnetic force. Third, weak nuclear force. Fourth, strong nuclear force. The fifth force is reality. Of course, it's not that just with the fifth it ends, no. With the fifth, it enters into a different space altogether. There are 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, up to 14 dimension. Different forces exist. 14th force is that absolute Paramashiva, Paramashiva, Turyadita, Turyadita. I'll explain the fifth force for now and initiate all of you about the fifth force. I'll reveal the exact Tamil words got revealed to me as my Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Even though he became one and the same, my Guru Bhakti is so overflowing. It's like a gracie, not crazy, cranky, all put together and beyond. It's a gracie. So I enjoy my Guru, Paramashiva, as Arunagiri Yogeshwara. புவியீர்ப்பாம் முதல் மின்காந்த அலைவீச்சாம் 2 சிறுவனுவாம் சக்தி 3 பேரணு 4 இருப்பின் சக்தி 5 இலங்க 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 பயிற்று துலங்க 5 முதலில் அறி. இருப்பின் இருப்பு பிண்டாண்டத்திற்குள் உயிரின் உணர்வம் உயிர்மையாயும் பிரம்மாண்டத்திற்குள் பரசிவமாயும் மலர்ந்து இருந்து துலங்குகிறது. Listen. Greatest that can happen to human being is this conscious reality becoming the existence, part of your existence. Listen, this conscious reality can be part of your existence if you have a direct feeling connection, Guru Bhakti. It can just like a jumping of the flame, transmission of the lamp. Hey, Paramashiva is real. Over. You just know. Swamiji said it. Paramashiva is real. Paramashiva is real. And based on that, your whole cognitive shift happens. Your existence shifts. From that reality, you cognize, exist, act, manifest, gravitate, do everything. If you are not fortunate enough to have kind of a Guru Bhakti, then at least listen to the Sankhya I am giving. Understanding from known to unknown, then when the unknown becomes known, from that known to the next unknown, and when that unknown becomes known, from that known to the next unknown, this Sankhya which I am showing, at least move along with it. So you can start internalizing. Consciously, you telling Paramashivoham, I am Paramashiva. Consciously you declaring you are Paramashiva is much more powerful than all the four natural forces. Gravity, electromagnetic force, soft nuclear force and strong force. Listen. Your conscious declaration is so powerful. It can manipulate, play with all the four forces. I want all of you to meditate on this one truth. Your Paramashivoham, the declaration, should manifest in you in such powerful way. All four forces are lower than you. You are supreme, ultimate than these four forces. Gravitational, electromagnetism, weak nuclear force and strong force. Listen carefully. It is possible. Only thing you need to understand, gravity works on you as laziness in the brain. Electromagnetic force works on you as self-doubt in you. Weak nuclear force works on you as self-hatred in you. Strong nuclear force works on you as self-denial in you. Decide. You will declare the conscious truth. Nithyananda Paramashivoham to the level where your laziness is destroyed, your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial is destroyed. Understand? You are Paramashiva not because that idea as a utility value. You are Paramashiva because that is the truth. Even if you face the worst fears of your life, even while you are facing that worst fears, you are Paramashiva. Listen. The greatest service you can do to me, any of you are feeling grateful to me for supporting, developing your life in any way. This is the Guru Dakshana I want. Declare you are Paramashiva today. More powerful than laziness, self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. Understand? You don't need to conquer external objects to be successful. If you conquer internal instinct, successful. Same way, to manifest Ishvara Shakti, you don't need to conquer the gravitational force, electromagnetic force, strong weak nuclear force. How they impact you, that impulses. If you conquer, you can conquer all the four externally. The internal impact of gravity on your system is laziness. Internal impact of electromagnetic force on your system is self-doubt. The weak nuclear forces internal impact on your system is self-hatred. The strong nuclear forces internal impact on your system is self-denial. Understand? You can actually see how clearly all these four are mapping to laziness and SDHD. Everything you know about the nuclear power, quantum physics, parallel universe, everything which is established, this multiple existence, all of it put together is third force. Third force's imaginary fantasy extension. If you do a scientific movie, sci-fi movie, based on all your understandings about the third force, it is fourth force. Listen. Till now, human beings have not decoded the fourth force in a concrete way, but the fourth force is all possibility of third force. Because it is all possibility of the third force, any science fiction movie you develop on anything you know about the third force is a reality in the fourth force. Listen to that. I'm repeating. Any fantasy imagination you develop centered on the principles you know about the third force is part of force. Because the fourth force is everything you can imagine as an extension, transformation, multiplication of the third force and more. That's the fourth force. Let me give you some more understanding about the third force. Listen. Multiple universes, planes exist. That's the first thing. Pitruloka is true. When you leave the physical body, you carry your Karana Sarira, the causal body, your deep-rooted patterns and reach the Pitruloka and live. Son, every word I am uttering today is a powerful cognition. Listen carefully. Just to share these truths to all of you, to the world. I am still alive. I am still protected by Kala Bhairava. Understand? I am still protected by Kala Bhairava, protected by Paramashiva, only to share our truths with all of you. And make this jnana and vijnana as realization in the planet Earth. Listen. The ultimate. We can call it Parabrahma, Paramapada, Paramashiva, Parameshwara, Parashakti. That Parama, from the pure power space, gets embodied and manifests as Parameshwara. Shivatva, manifesting as Ishwaratva. Power manifests as force. Listen. When the pure spiritual power manifests as pure spiritual force, Shiva manifests as Ishwara. Paramashiva manifests as Parameshwara. You can call it as also as Paramashiva manifesting as Parashakti. Anything is okay. Because these words are used only to give a rough understanding. Behind these words, there's a huge equations. Sankhya, the multi-dimensional logical equation. So listen. This truth clearly. The important message KAILASA, Paramashiva, want to convey to the whole humanity is Paramashiva is real. The pure spiritual power is real. He himself embodies and manifests as pure spiritual Parameshwara. And when he embodies and manifests pure spiritual force, Parameshwara, he can play with all the forces. Not just these four forces. Science is able to understand the gravity force, gravitational force, and electromagnetic force, and weak nuclear force, and strong nuclear force. There are other four more. But on all eight, Parameshwara as supreme authority, and he plays with all eight. The good news is every human being can manifest this pure spiritual power through them as pure spiritual force. And every human being manifests this, raises the quality of the consciousness of the individual, himself and the world. Understand? This is the greatest service you will do to the world. if somebody is working for awakening their conscious, even one powerful cognition they manifest and one power they manifest, they become Parameshwara's Swarupas, the embodiments of Parameshwara, Paramashiva. They raise the quality of the consciousness of the planet Earth. They are blessing for the planet Earth. My only work is to make at least few million people understand this truth and live this science. Understand the truth. The Parama, supreme power, can manifest in us as supreme force, which is superseding authority, which can play with all the four forces science has understood, and there are four more forces science is yet to understand. The four forces science understood is gravitational force, electromagnetic force, weak nuclear force, and strong nuclear force. The greed for more happening in the macrocosm is gravity. The gravity happening in the microcosm is greed. Study all the principles related to gravitation in every level. Newton's initial level theories, or Einstein's quantum level theories, or the modern day recent parallel universe, parallel life understandings and revelations. Study all of it. Map all of it to your greed. How your greed functions. How your greed becomes active or passive, aggressive or regressive. How it exists. How it manifests. How it manipulates. How it becomes life positive, sometimes life negative. Understand? How you attract, you gravitate what you want towards your life, you will be empowered with the knowledge, science, power of manifesting what you want. If you understand principle of gravity and map it to the principle of greed. Listen. All the understandings you have about fear, map it to electromagnetic force. You will have more understanding. You may even land in new understandings, revelations, inventions, discoveries related to electromagnetic force. You may discover new laws, principles, reach new level of understanding about the electromagnetic force. If you reveal, if you map all your internal understandings about fear, if you map all the scientific understandings, revelations, principles about electromagnetic force on fear, you will have more understanding about fear. And all the understandings you have about fear, if you map it on electromagnetic force, you will have more understanding about electromagnetic force. Electromagnetic force happening in macrocosm is fear. Fear happening in the macrocosm, cosmos, is electromagnetic force. Let me repeat. Electromagnetic force happening in microcosm inside your system is fear. Fear happening in the macrocosm, cosmos, is electromagnetic force. Listen. Whenever you get a powerful cognition, a powerful inspiration, like unclutching, understanding about unclutching is the powerful cognition. What happens to you in the microcosmic level? It is actually equivalent to the weak nuclear force happening in the macrocosmic level. Whatever happens to you, whenever you get the powerful cognitions inside you, map that understandings to the weak nuclear force, you will have more revelations, inventions, discoveries about weak nuclear force. And whatever you know, science knows about the weak nuclear force, map them to your powerful cognitions. You will have so much revelations inside and you will be able to manifest so many powers inside. The greed in you is equal gravity in the universe. The fear in you is equivalent to electromagnetic force in the universe. The powerful cognitions you experience is equivalent to weak nuclear force in the universe. All common practicing Hindus reach up to this 3 level.
नित्य नारायण गोविंद माधवा नित्य नारायण गोविंद केशवा 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 हर नित्या नित्यानंदा हरे नित्या हरे 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 नित्या नित्यानंदा हरे नित्या हरे 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 नित्या नित्यानंदा हरे नित्या हरे 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 नित्या नित्यानंदा हरे नित्या हरे हरे नित्य नारायण गोविंद माधवा नित्य नारायण गोविंद केशवा नित्य नारायण गोविंद माधवा नित्य नारायण गोविंद केशवा नित्य नारायण गोविंद माधवा नित्य नारायण गोविंद केशवा नित्य नारायण माधवा नित्य नारायण गोविंद केशवा हरे नित्या नित्यानंदा नित्या हरे 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 नित्या नित्यानंदा हरे नित्या हरे 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 नित्या नित्यानंदा हरे नित्या हरे 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 नित्या नित्यानंदा हरे नित्या हरे हरे नारायण गोविंद माधवा नित्य नारायण गोविंद केशवा नित्य 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 नारायण गोविंद माधवा
Participants had a proud boost your understandings. What deep with how the Brahmanda manifests within you as the Pinda and the macrocosm. becomes the microcosm. Okay. We see so many participants logged in. Ma Airi Namos, Nithyanandam, Ma Orietta, Nithyanandam, Ma Maha Sadashiva Priya. Nithyanandam to you. Ma Yogananda Rupini, Ma Airi Namos. Yes, Nithyanandam to all participants. Okay. So in this session very beautifully, Swamiji spoke about the 5 forces. The 5 forces, right? How the 5 forces come toward in a space. Whether it is gravitational force, whether it is electromagnetic force, all of the forces are directed to us. Actually, Swamiji shares that totally in Hinduism there are 8 forces. There are 8 forces, out of which science is only 4 forces. So actually Swamiji very beautifully revealed that there are 8 forces. Okay. So 4 forces science has revealed, and Swamiji actually said that the 4 forces are true. And there's one more force which is the consciousness. Force is consciousness. So first force is the gravitational force. Second is big force. Third is force. And the next is strong nuclear force. And the next is the consciousness. Conscious, but it's a force Swamiji says. And that's the same force all of us are connected in. So this is going to be a really beautiful, very powerful session. I kindly request all participants please participate. If you have any questions, any doubts, do feel free to post in the chat section. So let's now understand how these 5 forces manifest in our inner space. How these 5 forces are happening. As all of us understand, whatever is happening in the Brahmanda is also happening in the Pindanda. Meaning, what is happening in the macrocosm, right? It's also happening in the microcosm. As very beautifully in the Vijnana Tantra. Sutra 63, Dharana 40, Paramashiva says, Sarvam deham chinmayam hi jagatva paridhavaye yogapanirvikalpena manasa paramodayaha. He says, the whole world, even the whole universe, indeed, are scientifically or the essence, the nature of the consciousness, which is the infinite space of oneness. All the laws of, you understand the law of gravity, you can actually even understand how greed happens in you, how greed works on you, how greed works on your inner space, how greed makes you take the decisions you take. You will understand if you understand the laws of gravity. Because greed and gravity is actually one and the same. See, Newton's theory, right? And it falls. Once people fall, gravity. Like all of us know how Isaac Newton found the theory of gravitational force and how he found theory of gravity, right? Then when the object draws, there's something which is pulling down for it, right? So for example, now for all of us, something which is pulling us down, that's why all of us are standing on earth. The same way when the apple fell from the tree, right? There's some this force. There's some acting upon which is pulling the apple down. So what's the force? Found that's gravity. Mhm. This what? Down. Down, right? Grounded. You can understand the greed pattern in you. Greed which is there in you. The greed happens the same. Something. What happens? You be like, let me grab this, let me grab that, let me grab that, let me grab that. You're sitting down. You're sitting down. With yourself. So when small particles catching up, so the greed microcosm, the greed knew is the same gravity in the universe. These are one and the same. Like very beautiful Swamiji has marked out for our one emotions which is there in it. And any questions in here? Let's try internalization exercise now. Essentially, to come down all different understandings that you have about gravity on your brain. See, just now we discussed slightly, and of course we listened from Swamiji. I request each of you to pen down all the understandings that you have about gravity on your greed. For example, it's towards the center of Earth. We all know that, right? Same way, so gravitates us towards the object of desire. For example, a child wants chocolate. The greed go make it go towards the chocolate. Or this, for example, you have and you see a bag of gold coins in front of you. That greed comes up. What will you do next? You go towards it, right? So this the same pulls you down to earth, to the ground. Greed pulls you towards the desired object. It literally pulls you. So, with few minutes now, and then your understanding of how when you understand gravity, with your understanding of gravity, how do you understand it, and how can you relate it and see how it is matching things in your life? Can I request each of you to take a few minutes and pen this down? All the understandings you have about greed, all understandings you carry about gravity, and you'll see when you put all understanding you have about gravity on your greed, you'll understand how your greed is related, how your greed is related to gravitational force of the earth. Please take a few minutes here. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. It's correct. Yes. Let us now move ahead to the next step. I request all participants to post. If you have any questions, any doubts you have, do feel free to post in the chat section. So all of us understood that how in the microcosmic, greed in the microcosm is the gravitational force, is the gravity acting upon in the macrocosm. Okay? Go ahead to the next step. Then Swamiji shares that greed in you, the greed which you are experiencing in you, is a gravity force of the cosmos. In you is the electromagnetic force of the cosmos. The weak nuclear force in you, that is the very beautifully Swamiji says, is the weak nuclear force is the tapas, and strong nuclear force is the initiation. See, the all powerful cognitions you get, all the powerful cognitions you're getting from basically the unclutching, right? The unclutching period is the first step. Each of you has potential. Do you have any questions? That was be initiated every day for the rest of my life to get rid of whatever might be brewing inside me. Actually, one initiation itself will stay with you forever. See, doing the Hmm. So it's deep. Depending. Being able to write down the steps. See, this will help understanding the four forces. See, so we have 8 forces in the Hinduism. Here, as Ramji revealed, only 4 forces are known till now. And these 4 principles, you can actually see how the fear is also like this. And with this, we just understand how these four how these 4 forces actually is the greed and fear, how the greed and fear also operate in us. Also, just take a few minutes, take 1 or 2 minutes to now see how fundamental emotions are manifesting as following fundamental forces in our life, as we already saw also, and some of you may have written. Like, force, fear is electromagnetic force, like that. So I hope each have been able to complete this for each of the forces and for each of the emotions that you go through. Do any someone questions, Izzy? Please feel free to ask. Matthew Wesker, uh, then Ma Shaman Muse, Tanja Devan, Alita Sege. For each of you able to complete this. Okay. So now we will actually be learning now in the next session about Brahmavid Brahmaiva Bhavati. What is this? Actually, this has a beautiful revelation. This small Sanskrit line has a huge meaning to it. And that's what we will be learning and listening from Swamiji. It is actually just by knowing the cosmos, you become one with the cosmos, you become one with that. That is what Brahmavid Brahmaiva Bhavati means. And let's listen to these revelations directly from Swamiji.
Understand, Mahadeva very clearly says Brahmavit Brahmaiva Bhavati. There are some Vedic verses he exactly repeats in Agama. Knowing which you became, that is Brahman cosmos. Listen carefully. Just because if you know about this pillar, it's not that you will become this pillar. Just because you know about this screen, it's not that you will become this screen. But consciousness is such, just by knowing of that. Brahmavit Brahmaiva Bhavati. Knowing cosmos, you become cosmos because you are cosmos. It is like you remembering some of your qualities. Listen, Paramashivas, message directly from Sri Kailasa. Brahmavit Brahmaiva Bhavati. Knowledge about Brahman, even if it is in the intellectual level, even if it has not become your realization in the physical world as of now, the very knowledge, jnana, a logically convinced, cognized understanding about Brahman itself is so valuable and important for you. It guarantees Videha Mukti, means Kailasa when you leave the body. If you digest that Brahma Vidya, knowledge Brahman, start manifesting as your reality, even while you are living, you live enlightened. Listen. Even knowledge, knowing is so important. It helps you to plan and plant your future. When I say you are Paramashiva, 10,000 powerful cognitions which cannot be uttered by words, the whole thing is packed into that one truth, and I am sending this to you. Listen. Understand? The higher space zones, the vertical space zones like Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa, Satya, all the lokas are different higher worlds, higher existence, and ultimately the Kailasa, highest dimension, highest existence. If you know information about those lokas, they become enlightenment. That is important. Understand? In this world, the truths related to this world, knowing does not mean experiencing. The information does not become enlightenment. But the truths about that world, just information becomes enlightenment. Brahmavit Brahmaiva Bhavati. Knowledge becomes reality. Information becomes enlightenment. That is the way Mushukunda Chakravarti went to Devaloka and brought Tyagaraja Swami of Varur. Just one Rishi came and gave the information about Devaloka, and that became experience for Mushukunda Chakravarti. He just went there casually for a visit. Indra received him and said that I have a war now, can you help me? And Mushukunda Chakravarti said, why not? And he took the whole Chola army and supported Indra, and Indra won the war. Because Indra won the war, Indra asked, I should give you some gift, what do you want? Understand? The inter-dimension travel, the inter-world, inter-space travel was common lifestyle for us. This is all not false. I am telling you the evidence. Mushukunda Chakravarti went there and supported Indra and won the war, and then came back. Evidence. 7 Tyagaraja Swami are in Tamil Nadu. Vedaranyam, that's one. Tiruvarur is the main deity. The 7th Tyagaraja Swami Nowhere in the deity you can see even one small symptom or any evidence. It is man-made in this world. Like how Prahlada, whatever Prahlada heard, Narada sitting in his mother's womb, when he came out, when he assumed the body, when he started growing, every situation Prahlada faced, he had a solution which he received from Narada. He had a solution which he received from Narada in the womb. And beautifully he was able to navigate his life and win the whole thing. Understand, you need to really understand. Knowledge about the cosmos is not necessarily demands your faith or belief. It only demands your integrated listening. For example, I am telling you, when you leave the body, the space where the life is happening to you, what we call Jiva, Chit, that will start moving, getting pulled, gravitated based on the kind of the vibration, thought current you cherish about the future. Understand, this is a very important statement I am making. It is not about how you lived the past. It is about how you want your future. Two important information, fact you to know. For example, you lived 90 years and all the 90 years you did everything dirty, stupid. Suddenly, fortunately, just before the leaving the body, something clicks in you and you decide absolutely bright, right, pure, liberated future. And after you decided to live that liberated future, for some reason you did not continue to live for many days with the body, but you left the body. What you planned for your future, that will be the force gravitating you towards it. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. Your taste for your future is the gravitating force to which you will reach. One conscious decision has so much power. I want you to know, one conscious decision has so much power. Especially the weight of the past sits on your muscle memory. Power of decision is in your memory. So, when you leave the body, the weight of the past drastically reduces. You can just take off. Especially if you heard all these truths when you are in the body. Now itself, if you heard all this and gets inside your system, I'll tell you very point blank, the truth. Nothing exists and Shiva, the existence, auspicious, irrup, chit, Shiva, Brahmavid, Brahmaiva Bhavati. Just by knowing about the cosmos, about the universe, about the existence. You became one with that. You became that. Listen. Brahmavid Brahmaiva Bhavati. Knowing Brahman. The word Brahman means yourself, God, universe. All the three put together is Brahman. Knowing Brahman. You became Brahman. Listen. I'm repeating. Knowing about Brahman. You become Brahman. Brahman means Jiva, individual soul. Ishvara, God. Jagat, universe. All the three put together. Cosmos, God, soul. All three together is Brahman. You, by knowing the Brahman, become the Brahman. You may say, no, so many Brahmins read about all these Shastras. We don't see they have become Brahman. Listen. Hinduism is oral tradition. Shravana, you need to listen from someone with whom you have a conversational relationship. With whom you have a simple conversational relationship. Brahmaiva bhavati. Knowing Brahman, cosmos. You become the cosmos. Knowing, not reading, listening from a person who already knows, with whom you have a conversational relationship. That's all. Now, fortunately, all of you have conversational relationship with me. There are some may need little more time to wake up, but the moment you decide to come and sit in front of me, you have taken your first step. So naturally, I will do my million steps. Even if you think you want to take one step towards me, I will take 10,000 steps towards you. You take one towards me, I will make million steps towards you. It's my commitment. Understand? It's my commitment. Now, I will give you some more deeper understanding about this superconscious mutation process. Listen. Having conversational relationship with someone who knows Brahman and hearing about the Brahman makes you experience, live Brahman. are most difficult in the life. Finding a person who is a Brahmanyani and having a conversational relationship with him. That's all. Knowledge, logically analyzed, understood, knowingly or unknowingly mixed into your cognition, inspires you, triggers you, excites you, awakens you for actions. And I tell you, knowledge about the Brahman, Parabrahman, existence, reality, ultimate reality, universe, cosmos, multiple words I can use. All these words are small, short, but it's like a finger pointing to the moon. The words showing to the ultimate reality, Parabrahma, Paramashiva, Parabrahma Shiva. Listening to these great revelations, truths, internalize, raises the very quality of your existence. Understand? Whatever you consider as you, your life, your perception, all that put together only I call it as your existence. Like your joy, your ability to enjoy, your perceptions, your depth of understanding, your depth of knowledge, your depth of clarity about reality and the wealth you have and the powers you manifest and the powers you have about on the society and on yourself, on your life. Saraswati, Lakshmi, Durga, everything you have in your life, all together, I call as your existence. And knowledge about the Brahman just raises the very level of your existence. It gives you a breakthrough, super conscious breakthrough. Understand? Brahma Sutras, first chapter, first section, 18th Sutra. Kamacha Nanumanapekshaha Peksha. Kamacha Nanumanapeksha. Swami Gambhirananda translates this sutra as there can be no reliance on inference arriving at pradhana owing to the mention of desire. Swami Vireshwarananda translates as, and on account of the word bliss, literally desire, referring to Brahman, you cannot infer Anandamaya is also Brahman, since the suffix Mayat is used to denote modification. Swami Sivananda translates this sutra as, because of wishing or willing in the scriptural passage, we cannot say even inferentially that Anandamaya means Pradhana. Source, bliss, cannot have desires. Matter, dead, earth, cannot have desires. Desire is wrong cognizance you take while matter moves towards the energy by its very nature. When the matter moves towards the source because of its very natural flow, you assume wrong cognizance that something is wrong in you. You do have desires. You need to either fulfill them or suppress them or reject them or transform them. Still, I do not understand the word transformation. No, really. What do you mean transformation? I don't understand. I wanted all of you to know the word transformation has no meaning in spirituality. When the basic assumption is wrong, what will you transform? For example, now you assume all the trees are, both sides of the roads are running towards you. Now, when you realize you transform trees are, you transformed all the trees running towards you. No, you just realize that it's a foolish assumption. I can say you realizing your foolishness can be called as transformation. That's all. Otherwise, there is no such thing as transformation. The basic assumption you have desire is wrong. I can say this right sutra exactly for today. After the Kama Dahana, Manmata Dahana, you can open your third eye now. Opening third eye means just realizing, oh God, I am bliss. How can I desire anything? No. If I am matter, dead, inert, how can I desire anything? Matter cannot have any desire. Then where is the desire? Where is the karma? Where is the source of all anguish, suffering, pain, fear? Then where is all this? Understand? By nature, bliss attracts abundance. By nature, matter merges into the energy. This flow, the matter being pulled into the energy, is flow of life. Unfortunately, you have taken wrong cognizance of that flow. In that chaotic confusion, you started thinking you are running towards matter. It is not. If you are running towards matter, why should you rest into a space where there is no matter exists every day? You just recoil yourself and rest in the deep restful awareness silence every night in the deep sleep. If you have desire, why should you every day get into that space? Why not spend that time also in desire? No. Desire is the wrong cognizance you have taken about the flow of your energy. No such thing as desire exists. When one wrong cognizance is taken by you, that you have desire. Now, whether you flow with that cognizance or try to oppose the cognizance, whatever you do, you are in a mess. First, the very cognizance should be withdrawn from your inner space. Brahman is abundance. Brahman is life. Existence is life. By very nature, it goes on expanding, expanding, expanding. Understand? I will present interpretation of this sutra. I will present this sutra maybe in this angle. Existence is bliss. Existence is constant expansion. Please understand. Bliss constantly expands in all dimensions. If you are experiencing levitation, automatically you will see you are expanding in the dimension of health, wealth, relationships, in every dimension. Please understand, if you are levitating and your wealth is not expanding, your health is not expanding, something is seriously wrong. It's not levitation. You are jumping around. Don't hop around. Because these are infallible informations which can never be false. Brahma Sutras, aphorisms of existence, cosmic law. Existence is abundance, constant expansion. Whether it is in the level of standing, in the level of love, in the level of life, in the level of health, in the level of wealth, whatever may be, but the truth of existence is expansion. Very essence of existence is expansion.
Yes. Nithyanandam, to all participants, that was very beautiful session. Swamiji spoke on the Brahmavit Brahmaiva Bhavati, meaning knowing cosmos, you become cosmos. Very beautifully, this is taken from the Brahma Sutras, chapter 1, the first section. 13 sutras. Vedavyasa says, Vikaram Shabdhat Na iti chena prachorayat, meaning Brahman is abundance. Brahman is life. Existence is life. By very nature, it goes on expanding, expanding, and expanding. So understand, Brahmavid Brahmaiva Bhavadi. Understand cosmos, you become the cosmos. Actually, that's the unique of Hinduism. Understand anything, you become that. You naturally get the knowledge of it. When you start with it, you understand much better. You'll understand more about it. Now, small internalization exercise to understand this truth more deeper. Can each of you to tell which dimensions of your life you are expanding, whether it is health, wealth, relationships. These are just a few aspects. Now, for example, last year you could jog around the neighborhood lake in an hour, but today you can jog, you can take a walk and walk back home under 30 minutes. 1 year ago, it used to take you an hour, but today you can do that. You can walk around, jog around the lake, go back home maybe less than 30 minutes. So, see, if you pen down one on six of your life, it could be health, wealth, relationships, anything, but with expanding. You can look down and see, okay, in this aspect, I'm expanding. In this aspect, I'm expanding. Like that. Can each of you write? Take a few minutes and write this down, please. Nithyananda, and I hope each of you have been able to write down this step. Do the next participants have any questions from internalization exercise that we just did? I request each of you to post in the chat and feel free to post it, and we will be happy to answer the questions. Let us note the next step of this exercise. Each of you till now you wrote the different dimensions where you're expanding. Now take a few minutes and pen down where you're not expanding. For example, you have not expanded to contribute to a larger number of people in your life. Maybe last month you were helping 10 children because you have maybe because you have uh, not enough money or you don't have enough time. You have not spent any time for the service. So the service or the helping of children, that action is not expanding. That dimension of you is not expanding. So can I request each of you to take a few minutes and write down the few aspects of your life where you are not expanding. Please internalize this and write down. Nithyananda, I hope each of the participants have been able to finish writing this. The next step for this exercise is for you to write down. Now, actually, consciously decide. Now, just sit, consciously decide the quality of Brahman, that your nature is to expand. So, only you are feeling the actual quality of you, the natural quality is Brahman. That is why when you're not expanding, you feel powerless. So, just take a few minutes to expand, to make a conscious decision to expand. What is making you powerless? Ask that question to yourself and bring completion to that powerlessness in you. So, can I request each of you to please take a few minutes to internalize this and write elaborately and complete? Nithyananda. As each of you continue to write and internalize, let us enter into the next session of the day. As today we will be witnessing receiving darshan of Bhagavan Lingamurti manifesting through Swamiji. So let us this session where we will understand more about who Bhagavan Lingamurti is, how he manifested, and how he blesses and showers us all. Let us all now enter into this session of direct revelations from Swamiji.
Listen. Knowledge empowers you, makes you respond differently to the world and problems of the world. Same way, consciousness empowers you. When you are inspired, when you are excited, when you are initiated, when you start practicing power manifestation, the consciousness you experience empowers you, makes you respond completely differently in a very powerful for the outer world. The happenings of the outer world does not damage, dent in your inner space. You live as KAILASA. Powerful, I tell you. Empowering yourself with consciousness, powerful cognitions, consciousness-based powerful cognitions and powers of Paramashiva is the best life. I am from the tradition ecosystem which gave books like Surya Siddhanta. Understand? I want to tell you, for thousands of years we know the cosmos more than any scientist in the modern day. For thousands of years we know all these great truths. Our lifestyle was established on all these great truths. Any simple priest doing puja in a village temple in India who does Sankalpa mantra who knows absolutely more truths about cosmos than many modern day scientists. Because the Sankalpa mantra, the Mahasankalpa mantra, he should know biography of the whole universe and geography, where he is sitting, and the cosmology, how the whole thing is functioning, and mainly the relationship with these three for his present moment of when he is performing, conducting this sacred ritual. The whole thing he has to know. Only then he can do Mahasankalpa. That is the beauty of this great tradition.
Linga means the pure form of Paramashiva. The formless form of Paramashiva is Linga, Shivalinga. Listen carefully. Now, I'll give you these basic few understandings. Each act of Mahadeva is worshipped as one deity, one god. His act of cutting the head of Daksha is Virabhadra. His act of cutting the head of Brahma is Kalabhairava. So each one of his act becomes one deity. His act of appearing as the pure light for Vishnu and Brahma, that is Linga, Lingodbhava. That form is only worshipped as Linga. So each act by him becomes one deity. When he liberated Chandra from the curse of Daksha and gave him Samipya Mukti, that form is worshipped as Chandrasekhara, Somanatha. The Shivalinga worshipped by Chandra and got liberation, that place near Tiruvarur. After the liberation, Samipya Mukti, he received, the temple he built is Gujarat Somanatham. Otherwise, the Shivalinga which he worshipped and got liberation from his curse and got the Samipya Mukti is in Tiruvarur. There is a beautiful temple in the bank of the Odamboki river. In Tiruvarur, that temple only where Chandra worshipped Mahadeva and had liberation from the curse of Daksha and achieved Samipya Mukti. Once he achieved Samipya Mukti, he wanted to build a temple out of gratitude with all the grandeur to show his glory. That is why he built Somanatha. But there was the element of idea that he wanted to show his glory. That is the reason the temple has to be broken 16 times, like 16 kalas. Each time one kala of his ego is broken. Now the temple which remains is purely Mahadeva's grace. All contribution of Chandra is gone. Now it stands by the glory of Mahadeva, not as the glory of Chandra. That is why Somanath temple has to go through 16 invasion. You guys may be thinking why it has to go through so much of invasion. Because the builder has little arrogance of his own, incompletion of his own. Each of the 64 manifestations of Paramashiva is one expression, one superconscious manifestation, one of the superconscious mutation of Paramashiva in his various manifestations. I should say superconscious mutation manifestation of Paramashiva is countless. All these manifestations are beyond time. I am talking about 64 because he revealed 64 to planet Earth for all of us to know. But surely there is a lot more. For all of us, what we need to know is revealed.
Understand? First, meditate and try to understand there is a space without past, present, future, just is. Past, present, future is nothing but time cognized by the mind, which can cognize only small things, which cannot cognize the pure isness. When you are agitated and restless inside, you cognize only small things. Kanda, kanda, kanda. Small, small, small. When you are peaceful, unclutched, powerful inside, you see akanda, unbroken, which is no pieces, pure akanda. That is why in Hindu tradition, time is always shown as circular, not linear. It is circular. Soon the world will realize the linear idea of time may be useful for history documentation, but in reality, if you want to understand time, use the time as strength for civilization. You need to understand the circular existence of time. Listen. For your day-to-day building a house or surveying the land, the idea that this flat is useful. But to understand the whole universe, the idea that this flat is insufficient. You need to come to the truth. Earth is globe. Same way, to record understanding time as a linear moment may be useful, but to understand time in reality, realizing time is circular, and time, there is no was, will. Time is. Time is. If you cognize that, you will understand Dakshinamurti is manifesting now. Paramashiva is manifesting as Linga now. As a Linga Murti now. Paramashiva is manifesting as Lingodbhava Murti now. Understand? All you need to enjoy the powers and superconscious qualification of 64 manifestations of Paramashiva is to have the right knowledge about all that 64 manifestations. You need to understand Paramashiva as he introduces himself. Listen.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continued to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu sovereign kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam, as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist, its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the Church, and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continued to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, The ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church, and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023.
So take a minute and share what was revealed to you through the power of this third eye, through the power of remote vision, when you scan all the details of the object that we have in front of you.
And of course, the power can come in very handy. You could, for example, let's say you're away from home and you're wanting to know if your home is okay, if something's happening at your door. You can just, through this power of remote vision, view what is happening in your own home. Or perhaps you might be curious about a particular monument that you might want to see, but you haven't had the time to actually search it out and look at it. You can just remote view it just by knowing the name of the monument itself. You can just remote view it and see what it looks like and appreciate it without actually being there in the first place. All right, so let us reveal to you what we have in front of us this time, this round.
Yes.
So I'm going to start with, we have a charger, so a simple charger for the phone. Yes, all white with a little bit of silver metalish ends.
And we have a small wheel, maybe a wheel used for some small electrical device or something. So a small wheel, in play with this. And we have one screwdriver, which is mostly the parts are green in color, and we have metal which is not covered with green color. So it's kind of a tester where you can use it as a tester. So these are the items that we had in front of us. So even if you had been revealed with the colors or the object itself, you can congratulate yourself for manifesting the power of remote vision. And all the participants on YouTube also can start sharing their revelations. All right. So with this, let's move on to the next session, where Swamiji will be revealing on the source of all knowledge. What are the source of all knowledge? So please come to the space of listening as we enter into this revelation by Swamiji. Let's begin.
The purpose of the description is how to use this modification to lead us to joy, to lead us to bliss. I can say it can lead only to joy, then bliss suddenly happens. Is beautifully guiding us step by step. First, he described right knowledge, second, wrong knowledge, third, the beautiful vikalpa, imagination. Now fourth is talking about sleep. Step by step is leading us. The right knowledge, then wrong knowledge, then imagination. Deeper than imagination, there is something. That is what is sleep. This is also a modification which can lead to pain or anguish, pain or joy. Sleep. If you understand the word sleep in an ordinary way, what you understand as sleep, we can ask, how can that lead to pain? Sleep always leads only to peace. How can that lead to pain? So, sleep word should not be understood as we understand in a very normal way. Let's see what Patanjali has to say about sleep. Let us understand what Patanjali has about sleep. Abhava pratyaya lambana vrittir nidraha. Abhava pratyaya alambana vriddhi nidraha. When I read each sutra, so much of appreciation and respect for Patanjali comes. Even this sutra, if you have a little Sanskrit background, you can see, you can understand. Right words, not one word extra. Right words is connecting. Just one line. He has described different dimensions of sleep. Let me give you the translation. The subtle state where thoughts are not visualized is sleep or nidra. Abhava pratyaya alambana vriddhihi nidraha. The subtle state where thoughts are not visualized is sleep or nidra. The moment I translate, I can very clearly feel I am able to translate only one dimension of that sutra. That sutra can be translated from different dimensions. Here I have a beautiful book by a research scholar, Salvatore. He has beautifully created a book giving 12 different translations. I wanted to give a credit for his great work. 12 different translations. When I see all the 12 different translations, I can say very clearly, each one of them are approaching Patanjali from different level of consciousness and different angle. I'll try to give you the deeper truths, what Patanjali is trying to express, what Patanjali wants to say about sleep. One important thing, there is no beings which does not spend its time, part of its life in sleep. First thing, you can be without right knowledge, without wrong knowledge, without imagination, but you can never be without sleep. You may be able to avoid those three, but you can never avoid sleep. It's almost like you are breathing. Almost like you are breathing. It's your life. 1/3 of your life is spent in sleeping. If you understand the Patanjali's views about sleeping and ability to use that knowledge in your day-to-day life, I can say the whole quality of your life can be transformed. Every single sutra is a complete technique by itself. That is why I have to give so much of introduction to every single sutra. If you are coming every day, you can understand at least 10 minutes I spent in introducing Patanjali and every single sutra. Because every single sutra is a complete technique by itself. I can say every single sutra can create one religion. It has created. There are some religions which work only on sleep. One sect of Buddhism, they don't teach you anything else except the ideas, concepts about sleep. They help you to work on sleep, that's all. In daytime, whatever you do, you can do. In daytime, anything you can do. They say that let's do all the spiritual practices and take exercises for spiritual growth during sleep and use the daytime for some other purpose. I think that will be really a wonderful thing. I saw the other day one advertisement. Let you earn more and more money during your sleep and keep your days to spend with your loved ones. One financial firm advertisement. Anyhow, this Buddhist tradition helps you only how to work on your consciousness during sleep. Of course, source is Patanjali. You can imagine how great that Chidambaram would have been. Chidambaram is a place where he was born, lived and taught, ran his university, was having a great traditional university, and still his community which he created is called Dikshidars. He is the founder of that community. Still that community is alive. Still they don't take initiation from anybody. Patanjali is Guru. Patanjali is Guru. So still his words are repeated, remembered. I can say some 1,000 families are there. And one important thing I want all of you to know, still that community, none of them cross the border of the town. You will be shocked. It is just 10-kilometer area. They take birth, they live, they marry, they give birth to kids, they die inside the city, inside the town. They don't move out of the town. They have a strong commitment to Patanjali and Nataraja. Nataraja is the Shiva. Shiva is the master of Patanjali. Patanjali became enlightened through the Shiva's darshan. Still, that community has committed itself for this knowledge. Whoever comes to their place, they teach, they share this knowledge, they make this knowledge available, they run the temple, and they have taken the vow, they will not cross the city. Sometimes I feel surprised. Even in this age, can you imagine? The education is available to them. Everything is available to them. But they have decided no. We will spend our life, dedication, sacrifice. I can say it is their sacrifice kept this knowledge alive, unpolluted for us. There are so many scriptures which suffered interpolations, but I can assure, guarantee, this book is pure because this community took care. I remember them with all my love and respects for their great service to the sutras. They are called Chidambaram Dikshidars. Still that community is there. They maintain this scripture. They preserve. It's because of them we have this knowledge. They have dedicated their life. It's unimaginable, not moving out of one city from birth till death. And there are so many things to see in the world. Even the youngsters, this generation, I have met many of them. I ask them sometime, don't you feel like going outside, or your elders are stopping you? They said, no, we decided to dedicate. Our elders are not saying, they say if you want to go, you can go. No problem. There are very few, I can say 0.1% went out for some purpose. They also go out to run some temples there, that's all. Here and there, if Nataraja temples are built, they go outside and run the temples. I asked them, why don't you guys feel like going out? They say no. They call Nataraja as Ambalavanar. Means the Lord of that Chidambaram, Lord of the stage. No, he is enough for us. They feel he is the father of the whole community. And father is here, where else to go? There's such a strong feeling connection, commitment. It is they who preserve this whole knowledge. Not a single extra word. Abhava, pratyaya, alambana, vriddhir, nidraha. The subtle state where thoughts are not visualized is sleep or nidra. He is not only talking about the sleep which you experience in the night. You lie down, there is no dream, there is no thought. Early morning you wake up, you know only that sleep. We remember only about that sleep. He is not talking